My husband's affair partner showed up at our house pregnant, claiming he'd leave me for her. I'm 34F, married to Jason, 37 male, for 8 years. We have 2 kids, 6 male, 4F, own a home together, built what I thought was a solid life. Jason works in sales, travels occasionally for conferences, has always been attentive and loving when home. I had 0 suspicions of infidelity. We had regular intimacy, communicated well, seemed genuinely happy. Last Tuesday, a woman showed up at my door at 3 p.m. She was about 25, visibly pregnant, maybe 6 months along. She introduced herself as Melissa and said we needed to talk about Jason. My stomach dropped immediately. Melissa said she'd been having an affair with Jason for over a year. They'd met at a conference, started a relationship that continued through regular meetups when he traveled and secret local meetings when he claimed to be working late. She said she was pregnant with his baby, that Jason had promised to leave me once she was into her 2nd trimester, that he'd told her our marriage was loveless and ending anyway. She was there because Jason had apparently gone radio silent 2 weeks ago after she'd told him about the pregnancy. Blocked her number, stopped responding to emails, completely ghosted her. Melissa was furious and hurt, wanted to know if Jason had actually told me about their relationship and his plans to leave, or if he'd been lying to her about everything. I was in complete shock. This woman was standing on my porch, pregnant with my husband's child, asking me if I knew about their year-long affair that I'd had absolutely no idea about. I told her I'd had no idea, that Jason had given me 0 indication he was unhappy or involved with anyone else. Melissa started crying, said Jason had lied to both of us, that he'd promised her a future together while maintaining his family life with me. She showed me text messages going back months, Jason telling her he loved her, making plans for their future, discussing baby names, promising he'd leave his marriage soon. Photos of them together at hotels, restaurants, events I hadn't known he'd attended. Proof of an entire relationship I'd been completely unaware of. Melissa said she'd come to me because she was desperate. Jason had abandoned her while pregnant, and she needed him to take responsibility. She'd thought exposing the affair would force him to either commit to her or at least support their child. I told her to wait while I called Jason. He answered on the 2nd ring, cheerful, asking about my day. I said, "Melissa is here. She's pregnant. She says it's yours. Want to tell me what the fuck is going on?" The silence was deafening. Jason came home within 20 minutes, face pale, clearly panicking. Melissa was still on my porch. I'd asked her to stay because I wanted answers from both of them together. My kids were at my mother's house for the afternoon, so at least they weren't witnessing this nightmare. Jason tried to pull me aside privately, but I refused. Whatever he had to say, he could say it in front of both of us, his wife and his pregnant mistress. He admitted to the affair immediately once he realized denial was impossible. Said it had started as a one-time conference hookup that evolved into an ongoing relationship. He claimed he'd never actually planned to leave me, that he'd been telling Melissa what she wanted to hear to keep her happy. That when she got pregnant, he'd panicked and cut contact, hoping the problem would disappear. Melissa was crying and angry, saying he'd promised her everything, that she'd made life decisions based on his lies about leaving his marriage. Jason said he was sorry, but that he loved his family, that the affair had been a mistake, that he'd never intended for it to become this complicated. I asked about the pregnancy. Jason said he didn't know if the baby was actually his, that Melissa could be lying or mistaken. Melissa pulled out medical documents showing conception timeline that aligned with their affair, offered to do paternity testing. Jason looked trapped and desperate. He turned to me and said the affair was over, that he wanted to work on our marriage, that this was a terrible mistake he deeply regretted. He said if the baby was his, he'd provide financial support, but wanted nothing else to do with Melissa. Melissa lost it, started screaming that he'd promised her a life together, that he couldn't just abandon his child, that she'd make sure everyone knew what kind of man he was if he tried to walk away. I was watching this surreal scene. My husband and his pregnant mistress arguing about their affair and future, while I stood there trying to process that my entire marriage had been a lie for at least a year. I told them both to leave, told Jason to go to a hotel, told Melissa I'd be in touch once I figured out what I wanted to do. I needed them both out of my house so I could think. Jason begged me not to make him leave, said we needed to talk this through together. I said we'd talk after I decided whether I even wanted to stay married to someone who'd had a year-long affair and gotten his mistress pregnant. Melissa left crying. Jason eventually left after I threatened to call the police if he didn't go. In the week since then, I've learned more details that make everything worse. Jason's affair with Melissa wasn't just physical. They'd been emotionally involved, talking daily, planning a future together. He'd told her about problems in our marriage that didn't exist, painted me as cold and distant when I'd thought we were happy. Melissa's pregnancy is definitely far enough along that timing matches their affair. Jason's still insisting on paternity testing before he accepts responsibility, but the timeline makes it almost certain the baby is his. I've consulted with a divorce lawyer. The affair, the pregnancy, the year of lies, all of it is grounds for divorce in our state. I'd likely get primary custody of our kids given Jason's infidelity and the chaos of his affair baby situation. Jason's been staying with his brother, begging me daily to reconsider, saying the affair meant nothing, that Melissa manipulated him, that he's always loved me and wants to save our marriage. He's promised to cut contact with Melissa entirely, to do whatever it takes to rebuild trust. But how do you rebuild trust after a year-long affair and a pregnancy? How do I know he's telling the truth about anything when he's proven he can lie to my face for months while maintaining a whole separate relationship? Melissa's been texting me too, weirdly trying to build an alliance. She's realized Jason lied to both of us, told her he was leaving me while having no actual plans to do so, told me everything was fine while conducting an affair. She's as much a victim of his lies as I am, though I still resent her for sleeping with my husband. She wants Jason to take financial and parental responsibility for the baby. I want him to take responsibility for destroying our marriage. We're aligned in wanting Jason to face consequences, but we're not friends. She still slept with my husband for a year. My kids know something's wrong, but not what. They ask when Daddy's coming home. I don't know how to explain that Daddy had an affair and got another woman pregnant, that our family is probably ending because of his choices. Friends and family are divided. Some say I should try to work it out for the kids' sake, that affairs can be overcome with therapy and commitment. Others say Jason's year-long deception and the pregnancy make reconciliation impossible, that I should divorce and move on. I'm torn between rage, heartbreak, and exhaustion. Part of me wants to burn Jason's life down, tell his family, his employer, everyone who knows us about what he did. Part of me wants to quietly divorce and rebuild without drama. Part of me wonders if I could somehow forgive this if he shows genuine remorse. But mostly, I'm just tired. Tired of being lied to, tired of sharing my husband with another woman I didn't know existed. Tired of figuring out how to explain to my children why their father won't be living with us anymore. Jason's affair didn't just betray me. It created a whole other human being who'll be a permanent connection between us. Even if we divorce, I'll be dealing with Melissa and Jason's child for the rest of my life. School events, custody arrangements, family gatherings. There will always be this reminder of his infidelity. I haven't made a final decision about divorce yet. Still processing, still talking to lawyers and therapists, still trying to figure out what I want my life to look like. But I know I can't go back to the marriage I thought I had, because that marriage was a lie. Whatever Jason and I had, it wasn't the partnership I believed in. It was me being faithful while he built a second life with someone else. Melissa's due in 3 months. By then, I'll probably be filing divorce papers, and Jason will have to figure out how to be a father to 3 children across 2 households while dealing with the consequences of the choices that destroyed his marriage. And I'll be figuring out how to be a single mother of 2 while watching my ex-husband raise a baby with the woman he cheated with. That's my new reality, courtesy of Jason's affair and year of lies. I don't know if this counts as revenge. I haven't done anything except exist while the truth came out. Melissa showing up pregnant was revenge enough. Jason's affair is no longer a secret he controls. His lies are exposed, and he's facing consequences he clearly never planned for. Sometimes the best revenge is just letting the truth destroy the life someone built on lies. And that's exactly what's happening to Jason now. My wife's affair partner sent me proof she was cheating, so I helped him get revenge on her too. I'm 40 million M, married to Christine, 38 million female, for 14 years with 2 kids, 11 million male, 9 million female. Our marriage had its ups and downs like any long-term relationship, but I thought we were solid. Christine works as an event coordinator. I'm an architect. We have a nice house, good kids, what looked like a stable family life. About 2 months ago, I received a Facebook message from someone named Tyler, 29 male, who I didn't know. The message said, "I need to talk to you about your wife. I have information you need to see. Can we meet somewhere public?" My first instinct was to ignore it. Seemed like drama or a scam. But something made me respond. I agreed to meet Tyler at a coffee shop the next day. Tyler showed up looking nervous and guilty. He started by apologizing, then told me he'd been having an affair with Christine for 8 months. He showed me proof immediately. Months of text messages between them, photos they'd taken together, hotel receipts, explicit conversations. Everything I'd need to confirm an affair I'd had no idea was happening. I was stunned and devastated, but also confused. Why was he telling me? Why bring proof? If he was having an affair with my wife, why expose it? Tyler explained he'd thought Christine was separated from me. She'd told him our marriage was over, that we were just living together for the kids' sake while finalizing divorce details. That she was waiting for the right time to make the separation official, but was essentially single. For 8 months, Tyler had believed he was dating a woman going through a divorce, not having an affair with a married woman whose husband had no idea anything was wrong. Tyler had only discovered the truth 2 weeks ago when he'd surprised Christine at what she'd told him was her house, actually our house. I'd been there with our kids. Christine introduced him as a work colleague, and the whole family dynamic made it clear we were very much married and together, not separated. Tyler had confronted Christine afterward. She'd admitted she'd lied about being separated, that our marriage was intact, that she'd been conducting an affair while making him think it was a legitimate relationship with a soon-to-be divorced woman. Tyler was furious at being lied to and used. He'd fallen in love with Christine thinking she was available, had been planning a future with her, had been the other man without knowing it. So he came to me with proof, wanting Christine to face consequences for lying to both of us. He said, "She made me complicit in destroying your marriage without telling me that's what I was doing. We both deserve to know the truth and decide what to do with it." Tyler and I sat in that coffee shop for 3 hours, comparing stories and timelines. Every girls' night or work event that Christine had attended was actually time with Tyler. Every weekend, she'd claimed, to visit her mother was a trip with Tyler. She'd constructed an elaborate double life, lying to both of us about different things. Tyler showed me messages where Christine had called me controlling and emotionally distant, painting our marriage as loveless and dead. None of it was true. Our marriage had normal issues, but we communicated regularly, had intimacy, spent quality time together. Christine had created a fictional version of our marriage to justify the affair to Tyler. Tyler was hurt and angry. He'd thought he was helping Christine escape an unhappy marriage. Turns out he was just the affair partner in a functioning one. I asked Tyler what he wanted to happen. He said he wanted Christine to face consequences for lying to both of us, for manipulating him into an affair he wouldn't have participated in if he'd known the truth. That's when we came up with a plan together. Instead of confronting Christine separately, we'd coordinate a joint confrontation where she'd have to face both of us simultaneously. We'd make sure she couldn't lie to either of us or control the narrative. We planned it for the following Saturday when Christine thought she was meeting Tyler for a weekend getaway at a cabin he'd supposedly rented. I'd tell Christine I was taking the kids to my parents for the weekend. Instead, both Tyler and I would show up at the cabin. Christine would arrive expecting a romantic weekend with Tyler, and instead find her husband and her affair partner waiting together to confront her. We spent the next week coordinating details. Tyler booked the cabin under his name as planned, so Christine wouldn't suspect anything. I arranged for my parents to actually take the kids for the weekend. Tyler and I texted regularly, sharing more information about Christine's lies and coordinating our confrontation strategy. It was surreal becoming allies with my wife's affair partner, but Tyler had been lied to as much as I had. We were both victims of Christine's deception, just in different ways. Saturday arrived. Tyler texted Christine confirming the cabin address and that he'd arrive Friday night to set things up. Christine kissed me goodbye Friday morning, said she was doing a girls' spa weekend with her friend Sarah, would be back Sunday evening. I drove to the cabin Friday night with Tyler already there. We set up cameras, legal in a rental property Tyler had rented himself, to record the confrontation, prepared our evidence, and waited for Christine to arrive Saturday morning. When Christine's car pulled up Saturday at 10 a.m., Tyler and I were sitting on the cabin's porch together. Christine got out of her car smiling, then froze when she saw both of us. Her face went through confusion, panic, denial, fear, all in about 5 seconds. She asked what was going on, why I was there, whether this was some kind of joke. Tyler said, "It's not a joke. We know everything. We've been comparing notes for 2 weeks and we both know."
"You've been lying." I added, "Tyler came to me with proof of your 8-month affair. He thought you were separated from me. Turns out you've been lying to both of us about different things." Christine tried several tactics. First, denial, claimed Tyler was lying, that I was being manipulated, that this was a setup. We showed her the proof we'd both compiled. Her messages to Tyler about being separated, her messages to me about being at work events when she was actually with Tyler, hotel receipts, photos, everything. Then Christine tried minimizing, said the affair was a mistake, that she'd been confused and unhappy, that she'd never meant to hurt anyone. Tyler pointed out she'd lied to him for 8 months, made him believe he was helping her leave an unhappy marriage, when really she was just having an affair. Then anger. Christine accused Tyler of betraying her by coming to me, of ruining everything out of spite because she'd ended things with him. She hadn't. He'd ended things after learning the truth. She accused me of conspiring with her ex-lover instead of handling this like adults. I said we were handling it exactly like adults, confronting lies with truth, coordinating information to ensure she couldn't manipulate either of us separately. That Tyler and I were both victims of her dishonesty, so working together made sense. Christine broke down crying, said she'd made terrible mistakes, but that coordinating with Tyler to ambush her was cruel and vindictive. That I should be angry at Tyler, not working with him against her. Tyler said, "I'm angry at you for lying about being separated. Your husband's angry at you for the affair. We're both angry at you for different reasons, but you're the common factor in both our hurt. Why wouldn't we work together?" We spent 2 hours at that cabin, Christine crying and trying to explain, Tyler and I presenting evidence and asking questions she couldn't answer honestly. Eventually, Christine admitted everything. The affair, the lies to Tyler about being separated, the lies to me about work events and girls' nights. She begged me not to divorce her, said she'd end things with Tyler, already ended, would do anything to save our marriage. Tyler said the relationship was already over, that he wanted nothing to do with someone who'd lied to him that extensively. I told Christine I hadn't decided about divorce yet,
but that I'd be showing the affair evidence to a lawyer this week. That our marriage was functionally over the moment she started lying to both of us for 8 months. Christine went home, devastated. Tyler and I parted ways, oddly bonded through shared experience of being lied to by the same woman. In the month since, I've filed for divorce. The affair and Christine's extensive lies are documented as grounds. Tyler provided a sworn statement about Christine lying about our separation, which proved her affair was based on deception of both parties. Christine's furious.
That Tyler and I conspired against her. Says we should have confronted her separately like normal people instead of coordinating a joint ambush at a cabin. That Tyler coming to me with proof was a betrayal of their relationship. Tyler says there was no relationship to betray, just lies that made him an unwitting affair partner. That he'd rather be allies with the betrayed husband than stay silent to protect the woman who'd lied to both of us. Our mutual friends are divided. Some think Tyler coming to me was the right thing to do, that coordinating confrontation was smart. Others think Tyler and I working together was weird and vindictive, that I should have handled the affair without involving her ex-lover. My lawyer thinks Tyler's cooperation has been invaluable for the divorce. His statement and evidence make Christine's affair indisputable and show a pattern of dishonesty that's relevant to custody and asset division. I'm 41 now, divorcing a wife who had an 8-month affair with a man she convinced wasn't actually an affair partner. Tyler's moved on, dating someone who's actually single this time. Christine's dealing with consequences of lying to both of us. Some people will always think Tyler and I coordinating was strange, that I should have been angry at him, not worked with him. But Tyler was lied to as much as I was. Christine made him complicit in destroying my marriage without telling him that's what he was doing. That made us allies, not enemies. We both deserved the truth. Both deserved to confront Christine without her controlling the narrative separately with each of us. The cabin confrontation was harsh, but so was 8 months of lies to both of us. Christine lied to me about her fidelity and to Tyler about her marital status. Tyler and I told her the truth together, that we both knew, both compared notes, and both knew exactly who she really was. That's not revenge. That's two people who were lied to deciding to coordinate truth instead of letting the liar control information. And I'd work with Tyler again in a heartbeat if it meant Christine had to face both of us at once instead of manipulating us separately. The marriage is over. The affair is over. And Christine learned that lying to two people means facing two people when the truth comes out. My boyfriend cheated with my sister, so I told his conservative parents we were pregnant.
I'm 26F, was dating Owen, 28-year male, for 2 years. Owen comes from an extremely conservative religious family, the kind where premarital sex is forbidden, where his parents regularly ask when we're getting married, which they assume means we're not sleeping together, where family reputation and church standing matter more than anything. Owen plays along with their expectations publicly while living a completely different private life. My sister, Paige, 23-year male, has always been competitive with me. Everything I had, she wanted. Every achievement I earned, she tried to top. When I started dating Owen, she made comments about how attractive he was, how lucky I was, how she wished she could find someone like him. 4 months ago, I went on a work trip for a week. Owen was supposed to watch my apartment and feed my cat. I have a camera in my living room, for the cat, ironically, that records motion. When I checked the camera feed midweek to see my cat, I saw Owen and Paige having sex on my couch. In my apartment, while I was out of town, where Owen was supposed to be taking care of things for me. I watched in shock as they clearly had done this multiple times based on their comfort level. This wasn't a first-time mistake, this was an established pattern. They were having an affair in my home while I was away. I didn't confront them immediately. I came home from the trip acting normal, watching both Owen and Paige pretend nothing had happened. Owen was affectionate and attentive. Paige came over for dinner and acted sisterly and kind. both of them lying to my face while having an affair they'd conducted in my own apartment. I could have confronted them, ended the relationship, cut them both off, but I was hurt and furious and wanted them to face real consequences, not just lose me. That's when I remembered Owen's conservative religious parents. They're the kind of people who would be devastated by premarital sex, who would see an affair as moral failure, who would judge Owen harshly for sexual impropriety. Owen had been lying to his parents about our relationship, told them we were waiting until marriage, that we maintained strict boundaries, that he was respecting their values. Meanwhile, he was sleeping with both me and my sister. I decided to tell Owen's parents that I was pregnant with his child. It wasn't true. I'm on reliable birth control and definitely not pregnant. But Owen's parents didn't know that. I called his mother and asked to meet with both his parents privately. I told them I had important news about my relationship with Owen that I needed to share. Owen's parents, Margaret and Donald, met me at their house looking concerned but hopeful. They probably thought I was going to announce an engagement or something wholesome. Instead, I told them I was pregnant with Owen's baby, that we'd been sexually active for our entire relationship despite telling them we were waiting for marriage, that I was about 8 weeks along and didn't know what to do. Margaret started crying. Donald looked devastated. They asked if Owen knew. I said yes, that he'd been pressuring me to handle it quietly, without telling them because he was ashamed. That part was a lie. Owen had no idea I was claiming pregnancy because I'm not actually pregnant. But his parents didn't know that. Donald said they needed to speak with Owen immediately. Margaret was talking about how disappointed she was, how they'd raised him to have values and respect, how this was a betrayal of everything they'd taught him. I said I'd tried to maintain boundaries, but Owen had been persistent, that I'd given in because I loved him and thought we were heading toward marriage. More lies. But they believed me because I was playing into their worldview about male responsibility and female virtue. They called Owen immediately, told him to come to the house. He arrived within 20 minutes looking confused. When he saw me sitting with his parents, his face went white. Margaret said, "She told us about the baby. How could you do this? How could you lie to us for 2 years about maintaining purity, then get her pregnant and ask her to hide it?" Owen looked at me in complete shock, mouthed, "What baby?" I just stared at him calmly, letting him scramble. Owen tried to deny it, said there must be some mistake, that we'd been careful. True, but his parents didn't need to know that meant contraception, not abstinence. Margaret said I'd already confirmed everything, that lying now would just make it worse. Donald started lecturing Owen about responsibility, about how he'd have to marry me immediately, how they'd have to tell the church, how this would affect the family's reputation. Owen was panicking, trying to figure out what was happening. I could see him doing math. Was there any possibility I was actually pregnant? Had I lied to his parents about pregnancy to force his hand on something? I let him squirm for about 15 minutes while his parents planned our shotgun wedding and discussed how to minimize scandal at their church. Then I said, "Actually, I'm not pregnant. I lied. But Owen has been lying to you too. We've been having sex our entire relationship, and he's also been sleeping with my sister Paige in my apartment while I was out of town." I showed them the camera footage on my phone. Owen and Paige having sex on my couch, clearly comfortable and familiar with each other. The room exploded. Margaret was crying and screaming about lies and betrayal. Donald was yelling at Owen about moral failure and dishonoring the family. Owen was trying to explain, to minimize, to somehow make the situation less catastrophic. I said, "You've been lying to your parents about our relationship for 2 years, pretending to be someone you're not. You've been having an affair with my sister in my home while I was traveling. I wanted your parents to know who you really are before I left." Owen was furious at me for the fake pregnancy, saying I'd manipulated and humiliated him in front of his parents. I said he'd been manipulating everyone, his parents about his values, me about his fidelity, Paige about whatever he'd promised her. Margaret asked if the affair was real. I showed her more footage, multiple instances of Owen and Paige together over the week I'd been gone. She was devastated, not just about Owen's affair, but about the years of lies about his lifestyle and values. Donald told Owen to leave, said he was ashamed of him, that lying to his parents for years while conducting affairs was beyond what he could forgive immediately. I left too. Owen followed me outside, screaming that I'd destroyed his relationship with his parents over revenge for an affair. That faking pregnancy was cruel and manipulative. I said having an affair with my sister in my apartment was cruel. Using his parents' religious values to maintain a fake persona while living completely differently was manipulative. The fake pregnancy just exposed what was already there. Years of lies and betrayal. Owen's been calling and texting for weeks. His parents cut him off financially. He'd been receiving help with rent. Told their church about his moral failures. They didn't share the fake pregnancy part, but did share the real affair. Owen's been essentially shunned by his religious community. He blames me for destroying his relationship with his family, his church standing, his financial stability. Says yes, he had an affair, but my revenge was disproportionate and cruel. Paige is furious too. Owen told her about what I'd done, and she called me psychotic for faking pregnancy to hurt him. She says what they did was wrong, but what I did was calculated and vindictive. Our parents found out about Paige's affair with Owen. They're disappointed in her, but also think I went too far with the fake pregnancy. Mom says I could have just ended things with Owen without involving his parents and lying about being pregnant. Friends are divided. Some think the fake pregnancy was brilliant revenge that exposed Owen's hypocrisy to the people who mattered most to him. Others think faking pregnancy is always wrong, that I should have just confronted the affair directly without manipulation. I don't regret it. Owen had been lying to his parents for years, playing the good religious son while sleeping with me and my sister. His parents deserved to know who he really was. The fake pregnancy was just the opening to show them the truth. Was it manipulative? Yes. Was Owen's entire relationship with his parents manipulative? Also yes. He'd built his family relationships on lies about his values and lifestyle. I just ensured those lies couldn't continue. The affair would have hurt me alone. The exposure hurt Owen where it actually mattered. His family, his church, his carefully constructed image. I'm 27 now, single. No contact with either Owen or Paige. Owen's 29, estranged from his religious family, struggling financially without their support. Paige is dealing with family disappointment and the end of her affair with Owen, which ended as soon as it was exposed. Some will always think faking pregnancy is unforgivable, regardless of circumstances. But Owen had been faking his entire moral identity to his parents for years. I just faked pregnancy for one conversation to reveal his real choices. Both are lies. Mine lasted 30 minutes before I revealed the truth. His lasted 2 years and was only revealed because I exposed it. I'll take being called manipulative if it means Owen's parents know who their son really is. Know he spent years lying to their faces while conducting affairs and violating every value they'd taught him. The fake pregnancy was the vehicle for truth, and I'd use it again. I hired a PI to follow my cheating husband, then sent the evidence to his affair partner's husband. I'm 36F, married to Nathan, 39 male, for 11 years with 3 children, 9F, 7F, 5 male. Nathan's a sales director who travels frequently for work, or at least that's what he told me. We had what I thought was a strong marriage, despite the challenges of his travel schedule. I managed our home and kids, Nathan provided financially. We made it work. About 9 months ago, Nathan's travel frequency increased dramatically. He'd be gone 3, sometimes 4 nights a week, always with legitimate-sounding business reasons. Client meetings in different cities, conferences, training sessions for his team. I trusted him completely. We'd been together 13 years total. He'd never given me reason to doubt. Then our youngest, who's obsessed with maps and geography, asked me to show him all the cities where Daddy travels for work. I pulled up Nathan's work calendar to list the cities, and something caught my attention. Nathan had told me he was in Chicago for 3 days last month, but his calendar showed no Chicago meetings. It showed a personal day instead. I started checking more carefully. Multiple business trips Nathan had told me about weren't in his work calendar at all. They were marked as personal days, vacation days, or just blank spaces. The travel he'd described to me didn't match what his actual work schedule showed. I could have confronted him, but I needed proof before making accusations. I hired a private investigator to follow Nathan on his next business trip to Seattle. Cost me $2,000 for 3 days of surveillance, but I needed to know the truth. The PI's report came back with photos and detailed timelines. Nathan hadn't gone to Seattle for business. He'd driven 2 hours to a lake house in a neighboring state where he met a woman named Heather. They'd spent 3 days together at this lake house. Romantic dinners, morning walks, intimacy captured through windows, everything documenting an affair. The PI identified Heather through license plate records. She was 34F, married with 2 young kids, lived about an hour from the lake house. The PI found her social media, her husband's name, Grant, their family photos showing a normal suburban family life just like mine. Nathan was having an affair with another married woman. Both of them were lying to their spouses about where they were, using vacation days and fake business trips to spend time together at this lake house. I was devastated but also angry, not just at Nathan, but at Heather, who was betraying her own husband and children for this affair. Grant, Heather's husband, deserved to know what his wife was doing just like I deserved to know what mine was doing. I decided to contact Grant with the evidence before confronting Nathan. Finding Grant was easy. His name and contact info were on Heather's social media. I created a new email account and sent him a message. "I'm the wife of the man your wife is having an affair with. I have proof they've been meeting at a lake house while lying to both of us about business trips and work events. We should talk." I included one photo from the PI report. Nathan and Heather kissing outside the lake house, faces clearly visible, no room for misidentification or denial. Grant responded within an hour, devastated and confused. He said Heather had told him she was at her sister's house during that time period, helping with her sister's new baby. He'd had no idea she was at a lake house with another man. We arranged to meet at a coffee shop midway between our cities. When we met, I brought the full PI report, dozens of photos, detailed timeline of Nathan and Heather's 3 days together, documentation of multiple previous trips they'd taken that the PI had discovered through Nathan's location history. Grant was shattered. He'd trusted Heather completely, had no idea she was capable of this level of deception. He showed me Heather's texts during that time period. She'd sent him photos of herself supposedly at her sister's house, fabricated stories about helping with the baby, lied smoothly and consistently for 3 days straight. We compared notes about our spouse's suspicious behavior patterns. Every time Nathan had told me about a business trip, Heather had told Grant about a girls' weekend or family obligation. They'd coordinated their lies perfectly, creating fake schedules that gave them multiple days together every month. Grant and I were both devastated, but we also bonded through shared betrayal. We'd both been lied to for months by spouses who were sophisticated enough to maintain double lives without raising suspicions. That's when Grant suggested we confront them together. Neither Nathan nor Heather knew we'd discovered the affair yet. What if we showed up at the lake house during their next planned trip, caught them in the act, confronted them simultaneously so they couldn't coordinate lies or blame each other? I was hesitant initially, seemed dramatic and potentially dangerous, but Grant pointed out that separate confrontations would give Nathan and Heather time to coordinate stories, blame each other, minimize the affair. A joint confrontation would force them to face both betrayed spouses at once with undeniable proof. The PI had discovered Nathan and Heather's next lake house trip was scheduled for 2 weeks away. Nathan had told me it was a client conference in Denver. Heather had told Grant she was visiting her college roommate. Grant and I decided to drive to the lake house together on the second day of their trip, catch them there, and confront them jointly with all the evidence we'd compiled. We spent the next 2 weeks coordinating. Grant hired his own PI to confirm Heather's plans. I tracked Nathan's location through his phone's family sharing. We confirmed they'd both be at the lake house when we planned to show up. The whole thing felt surreal. Coordinating a confrontation with my husband's affair partner's betrayed husband, planning to drive hours together to catch our spouses in the act. But we were both desperate for truth and closure, and this seemed like the most definitive way to get it. The day arrived. Nathan left Wednesday morning, telling me he'd be at a 3-day conference in Denver. Heather told Grant she was visiting her college roommate in Portland. Instead, both of them drove to the lake house where they'd been conducting their affair for months. Grant and I met at a gas station halfway between our homes at 9 a.m. Thursday. We drove to the lake house together, arrived around 1 p.m. Nathan's car was parked in the driveway next to Heather's. They had no idea we were coming. We knocked on the door. Heather answered wearing Nathan's shirt, clearly comfortable and domestic. Her face went white when she saw Grant standing there with a woman she didn't recognize. Before she could react, Grant pushed past her into the house. Nathan came around the corner asking who was at the door, then froze when he saw me. I said, "Hi, honey. How's the Denver conference going? Grant and I thought we'd surprise you and Heather during your romantic lake house getaway." The next 2 hours were brutal. Nathan and Heather tried every tactic. Denial. "This isn't what it looks like." Minimization. "We've only met here a few times." Blame shifting. "Our marriages were already struggling." And finally, full confession when faced with months of PI evidence and documentation. Grant demanded to know how long the affair had been going on. Heather admitted 8 months. 8 months of coordinated lies, fake trips, elaborate cover stories to both of us. Nathan tried to explain that he'd fallen in love with Heather, that they hadn't meant for it to happen, that they'd been planning to tell us eventually. I asked when eventually would have been. After another year of lies? After we'd invested even more time in marriages they'd already checked out of? Heather begged Grant not to tell her parents or friends, said she'd end things with Nathan and work on their marriage. Grant said that decision wasn't hers to make anymore. She'd destroyed the trust foundation of their marriage, and he'd be consulting with lawyers. Nathan asked to speak with me privately. I refused, said anything he needed to say could be said in front of Grant and Heather, just like they'd been conducting their affair together while lying to both of us. By the end of the confrontation, both affairs were definitively over. Grant and I left together, drove back to the gas station where we'd met, exchanged lawyer recommendations, and parted ways as unlikely allies through betrayal. In the months since, both marriages have ended in divorce. Nathan's devastated that I filed so quickly, says he would have ended things with Heather and worked on our marriage if I'd given him a chance. I told him he'd had 8 months of chances every time he lied about business trips. Heather and Grant divorced within 4 months. Grant got primary custody of their kids, given Heather's pattern of deception and absence during her fake trips. Some friends think Grant and I coordinating the confrontation was strategic and smart. Others think we should have confronted our spouses separately instead of making it a dramatic joint ambush at the lake house. Nathan's told people I was vindictive for involving Grant and humiliating him with a coordinated confrontation. But he'd been coordinating lies with Heather for 8 months. Grant and I just coordinated truth for 2 weeks. The affair is over. Both marriages are over. And Nathan and Heather learned that lying to 2 spouses means facing 2 spouses when the truth comes out. Grant and I gave each other the gift of truth and solidarity when our spouses had given us nothing but lies. I'm 37 now, divorced, co-parenting 3 kids with an ex-husband who spent 8 months lying about business trips. Grant and I still text occasionally, not romantically, just 2 people bonded through shared experience of betrayal and coordinated confrontation. Some will say we went too far with the lake house ambush, But Nathan and Heather went too far by conducting an 8-month affair while lying to both their families. Grant and I just made sure they had to face consequences together, the same way they'd been conducting the affair together. That's not revenge. That's coordinated truth-telling. And I'd do it again. I hired my cheating wife's affair partner to cater our anniversary party, then showed the affair proof. I'm 38-year-old male, married to Nina, 36-year-old female, for 10 years this month. We have no kids by choice, successful careers, what looked like a strong partnership built on trust and mutual respect. Nina's a corporate lawyer. I run a small but profitable consulting firm. We've built a comfortable life together in our city, have a tight friend group, seemed genuinely happy. About 7 months ago, I started noticing Nina being protective of her phone and making excuses to work late several nights a week. She'd come home from these late nights at the firm, smelling freshly showered, wearing different clothes than she'd left in. The classic signs were all there, but Nina was so convincing in her explanations that I questioned my own instincts. I hired a private investigator, feeling guilty but needing to know. Within 2 weeks, I had photographic evidence. Nina was having an affair with Marcus, 34-year-old male, a chef who owns a upscale catering company. They'd met when Nina's firm hired his company for a corporate event 6 months ago. They'd been sleeping together regularly ever since, meeting at hotels, his apartment, even our home when I was traveling for work. The PI's report was thorough and devastating. Photos of them kissing in his car, entering hotels together, intimate moments on his apartment balcony. Credit card statements showing Nina had been paying for some of their hotel rooms. Text message transcripts, legally obtained through phone records, showing explicit conversations and plans to meet up. Nina had been conducting this affair for half a year while I remained completely unaware. She'd tell me she loved me, have sex with me, plan our future together, all while maintaining this other relationship. I was crushed, but I didn't confront her immediately. Our 10th anniversary was coming up in 6 weeks, and Nina had suggested throwing a big party to celebrate. Invite all our friends, family, colleagues. She'd been excitedly planning it, talking about what a milestone 10 years was, how lucky we were to have such a strong marriage. That's when I got the idea. Marcus ran a catering company. Nina didn't know I knew about the affair. What if I hired Marcus to cater our anniversary party, then revealed the affair in front of everyone? I contacted Marcus's company under a fake name, described the event without mentioning it was an anniversary party or that my wife was his affair partner, got a quote, and booked his services. I paid the deposit, confirmed all the details, made sure Marcus himself would be there overseeing the catering. Then I continued planning the anniversary party with Nina like nothing was wrong, knowing her affair partner would be serving food to our guests while I prepared to expose them both. The party was last Saturday. We'd invited about 50 people, close friends, family, colleagues from both our careers. Nina had been excited all week, talking about how perfect everything would be, how meaningful it was to celebrate 10 years with the people we loved. Marcus and his catering team arrived 2 hours before guests to set up. I watched Nina's face when she saw him, pure panic, quickly masked but visible for anyone paying attention. She pulled me aside frantically, said she just realized we'd hired the same caterer her firm had used, asked if we could cancel and order food from somewhere else. I said it was too late to cancel, that everything was paid for and set up, that Marcus's company had great reviews, so what was the problem? Nina stammered something about the food being too rich for some guests, but I insisted we couldn't change plans now. Throughout the party setup, I watched Nina avoid Marcus while he tried to catch her eye. He clearly hadn't known whose anniversary party he was catering. I'd used a fake name and different contact info. Now he was stuck serving food at his affair partner's wedding anniversary celebration, while her husband, me, though he didn't know I knew, mingled with guests. The irony was delicious in a way the catered food wasn't. Once all the guests had arrived and dinner was served, I clinked my glass to give a toast. Everyone quieted down, expecting a sweet anniversary speech about Nina and our 10 years together. Instead, I said, "Thank you all for coming to celebrate what I thought was 10 years of marriage built on trust and fidelity. Unfortunately, I recently discovered that Nina's been having an affair for the past 6 months with our caterer tonight, Marcus." Dead silence. Nina's face went white. Marcus froze mid-service. 50 people stared in shock. I pulled up my phone and projected photos from the PI report onto the TV screen we'd set up for a slideshow of our marriage. Photos of Nina and Marcus kissing, entering hotels, intimate on his balcony. Text messages discussing their affair, complaining about having to hide, expressing feelings for each other. Nina started crying and screaming, asking how I could humiliate her like this. Marcus was trying to leave, but his catering team was blocking the exit with equipment. Guests were standing up, some leaving immediately, others staring in shock. I said, "I hired Marcus specifically to cater this party so Nina could celebrate our 10th anniversary with both the husband she's married to and the man she's been sleeping with for 6 months. Seemed fitting." Nina ran out of the party crying. Marcus followed her, trying to talk to her, leaving his catering staff to pack up in chaos. About half our guests left immediately, uncomfortable with the drama. The other half stayed, some supportive of me, others saying I'd gone too far. My best friend said the public humiliation was savage but deserved. Nina's sister said I was cruel and abusive for exposing the affair publicly instead of handling it privately. My parents were horrified by both the affair and my method of revealing it. In the week since the party, the fallout has been extensive and complicated. Nina's moved out, staying with her sister who's furious at me for the public humiliation. She's been texting that what I did was unforgivable, that yes, she had an affair, but my revenge was abusive and controlling. Marcus's catering business has taken a hit. Several clients who were at the party or heard about it through social media have canceled bookings, not wanting to hire the affair caterer. He's apparently threatening to sue me for damages to his business reputation, though his lawyer says he has no case since I simply revealed truthful information. Our mutual friends are completely divided. About half think the public exposure was justified given Nina's 6-month affair and the hypocrisy of her planning an anniversary celebration while cheating. The other half think I was cruel and vindictive, that I should have confronted Nina privately instead of humiliating her in front of 50 people. Nina's law firm colleagues who attended are gossiping about the affair, which is apparently affecting her professional reputation. She's blaming me for destroying her career through public exposure, saying I could have ended the marriage quietly without making her a spectacle. But she's the one who suggested the big anniversary party. She's the one who wanted to celebrate 10 years publicly while conducting a 6-month affair. I just made sure both parts of her life were represented at the celebration. My family is split too. My parents think I went too far, that the public humiliation was excessive even if the affair justified divorce. My siblings are more supportive, saying Nina deserved to face public consequences for public lies. She'd been presenting our marriage as perfect to these same people while cheating. Nina's been alternating between apologizing for the affair and attacking me for the public exposure. She admits the cheating was wrong, but insists my revenge was worse. That a normal person would have confronted her privately, filed for divorce quietly, and moved on without the dramatic party reveal. Marcus has apparently ended things with Nina, not wanting the drama or the damage to his business. So Nina's lost both her marriage and her affair relationship, plus facing professional and social consequences from the public exposure. I've filed for divorce. Nina's not contesting it. She just wants it done quickly and quietly, unlike the very public end to our marriage at the anniversary party. The story has spread beyond our immediate circle. Someone filmed part of my toast and the photo projection, posted it to social media, where it went semi-viral as most savage affair revenge ever. Nina's mortified that thousands of strangers have seen evidence of her affair and my public call-out. I don't regret it. Nina conducted a 6-month affair, lied to my face daily, planned an anniversary party celebrating our marriage while sleeping with someone else. She wanted a public celebration of our 10 years. I just made sure the celebration was honest about what those years actually included. Was it cruel? Probably. Was it disproportionate? Nina thinks so. But she was fine with the cruelty of lying for 6 months, with the disproportion of planning a marriage celebration while betraying that marriage. She just didn't expect consequences to be as public as her lies had been private. Friends keep asking if I feel guilty about the public humiliation, about Marcus's business damage, about Nina's professional reputation hit. Honestly, no. They made choices to have an affair. I made a choice about when and how to reveal it. We all have to live with consequences. Nina gets to live with being the woman exposed for cheating at her own anniversary party. Marcus gets to live with being the caterer who was sleeping with a client's wife. I get to live with being the husband who chose public revenge over private dignity. I'm okay with my choice. 10 years of marriage ended at a party meant to celebrate it, with the affair partner serving food to guests who then learned the truth. That's poetic justice, not abuse. And if Nina wanted a different ending, she should have made different choices about fidelity, honesty, and whether to plan a big public anniversary celebration while conducting a private affair. The party's over. The marriage is over. And everyone who was there knows exactly why. My fiancée cheated with my brother, so I sent their affair evidence to her work email during her presentation. I'm 29 uniral male, was engaged to Vanessa, 28 uniral female, for 8 months, together for 3 years total. We'd set a wedding date for next spring, sent save the dates, booked a venue, started planning our future. Vanessa works in corporate finance as a senior analyst, often gives presentations to executives and clients. My brother, Troy, 32 uniral, works in tech sales, visits our city for work occasionally, stays with us when he does. About 4 months ago, I started noticing strange chemistry between Vanessa and Troy. They'd text more than seemed normal for future in-laws, laugh at inside jokes I wasn't part of, find excuses to be alone together when Troy visited. I told myself I was being paranoid. They were just getting along well, which should be a good thing for family harmony. Then I found evidence I couldn't rationalize away. Vanessa had left her laptop open on our kitchen table when she went to shower. A text notification popped up from Troy. "Can't wait to see you Friday when he's at his conference. We'll have the whole weekend together." I was supposed to be at a work conference that weekend. Vanessa knew I'd be gone Friday through Sunday. She'd declined to come with me, saying she had too much work to catch up on. I checked her messages with Troy. Months of flirty texts that had escalated to sexual content, plans to meet up when I wasn't around, explicit photos they'd exchanged, discussions about their affair and how guilty they felt about betraying me, but couldn't stop because the connection was too strong. They'd been sleeping together for at least 3 months based on the messages. Every time Troy had visited us, he'd been sleeping with my fiancée. The last time they'd had sex was 2 weeks ago in our bed while I'd been at work late. I was devastated, furious, and humiliated. My brother and my fiancée had been conducting an affair behind my back, in my own home, while I planned a wedding to a woman who was sleeping with my sibling. I screenshotted everything. Hundreds of messages, photos, explicit conversations. Proof of an affair that had been ongoing for months while Vanessa wore the engagement ring I'd given her and Troy acted like my supportive brother. Vanessa had a major presentation scheduled for the following week, pitching to C-suite executives at a potential client company, a career-making opportunity she'd been preparing for months. The presentation was Tuesday at 2 p.m., and her entire professional reputation hung on performing well. I created an anonymous email account and scheduled the screenshots to be sent to Vanessa's work email address at 2:15 p.m. Tuesday, 15 minutes into her most important professional presentation. Then, I waited. Tuesday arrived. I didn't confront Vanessa about the affair, didn't give her any indication I knew. She left for work that morning, excited and nervous about the
presentation, kissed me goodbye, said she loved me. I told her good luck, watched her leave, and counted down the hours until 2:15 p.m. I'd set up the email perfectly. The screenshots would arrive in her work inbox while she was presenting to the executives. Her phone was set to show work email notifications even when on silent. The explicit messages and photos with Troy would pop up on her phone screen during the most crucial professional moment of her career. At 2:30 p.m., Vanessa called me 17 times in 5 minutes. I didn't answer. She texted, "We need to talk, right now. What did you do? You've destroyed everything." I finally responded at 3 p.m. "Found out about you and Troy. Thought you should have those memories during your big presentation. How'd it go?" Vanessa came home early, crying and furious, said I'd humiliated her in front of executives and her boss, that her phone had buzzed during the presentation with the first screenshot notification. She'd glanced at her phone and seen an explicit text from Troy, lost her composure, stammered through the rest of the presentation, excused herself claiming illness. Her boss had pulled her aside afterward, asking if everything was okay, whether the personal issue distracting her would affect her work. Vanessa had been mortified and unprofessional, potentially losing the client deal she'd worked months to secure. She said what I'd done was vindictive and cruel, that ruining her career presentation was disproportionate revenge for the affair. That yes, she'd cheated and she was sorry, but destroying her professionally was beyond acceptable retaliation. I told her she'd destroyed our engagement by sleeping with my brother for months in our bed, that I'd simply made sure she had to think about her choices during an important moment, that if the affair wasn't something to be ashamed of, she shouldn't have been so upset about evidence of it arriving during her presentation. Vanessa said I was vindictive and psychotic, that normal people confront cheating partners instead of sabotaging their careers, that the affair was wrong, but my revenge was worse. I disagreed. I said cheating with my brother for months, planning secret weekends together, having sex in our bed, all of that while planning our wedding, was worse than an email arriving at an inconvenient time. Vanessa moved out that night, staying with a friend. She's been texting about logistics of ending the engagement, dividing belongings, canceling wedding plans. But mostly, she's been texting about how I ruined her career, how the executives saw her lose composure, how her boss now questions her professionalism. The client deal apparently fell through partially due to Vanessa's distracted presentation. Her boss has concerns about her judgment and professionalism. Her career trajectory has been damaged by the presentation disaster. Vanessa insists this is my fault, that I deliberately sabotaged her career out of revenge when I could have just confronted her privately. That I'm vindictive and cruel for timing the email to maximize her professional humiliation. In the weeks since, the full consequences have unfolded. Vanessa's company lost the major client she'd been courting, and she's being blamed for the failed presentation. She's on performance review status at work, her reputation damaged by the visible unprofessional breakdown during the pitch. She's told everyone who'll listen that I'm abusive and vengeful, that I sabotaged her career deliberately to punish her for the affair. Friends and family are divided. Some think the affair justified my email timing. Others think ruining her career was excessive revenge. Troy has been trying to call and text, alternating between apologizing and defending himself. Says the affair just happened, that he never meant to hurt me, that Vanessa pursued him. He's trying to shift blame while also claiming the connection with Vanessa was real. I've blocked them both. Told my parents about the affair and my revenge. Mom thinks I went too far, that publicly humiliating Vanessa professionally was vindictive and mean. Dad says Troy and Vanessa got what they deserved, that cheating has consequences. Extended family is split.
Some cousins think the timed email was clever revenge that fit the crime. Others think I'm cruel for destroying Vanessa's career over an affair that could have been handled through private confrontation and breakup. Vanessa and Troy are apparently now together publicly, their affair no longer a secret. They're dealing with family judgment and social consequences of starting a relationship through betraying me, but they're still together, which suggests the connection was real enough to pursue openly. I'm dealing with the end of my engagement, the betrayal by both my fiancé and brother, and judgment from people who think my revenge was too harsh. The wedding is canceled, deposits are lost, save the dates are rescinded. Mutual friends are choosing sides. Some friends have told me the presentation email was legendary revenge, that Vanessa deserved professional consequences for the affair. Others have said I was abusive and controlling, that destroying someone's career over infidelity is beyond acceptable retaliation. I don't regret it. Vanessa and Troy had an affair in my home, in my bed, while planning our wedding. They humiliated me through their betrayal. I humiliated her through timing. The email would have revealed the affair regardless of when it arrived. The presentation timing just ensured she couldn't ignore or deflect in the moment. Was it vengeful? Absolutely. Was it disproportionate? Vanessa thinks so. I think cheating with your fiancé's brother is worse than receiving evidence of that cheating at an inconvenient professional moment. My therapist says I need to process the betrayal rather than focusing on whether my revenge was justified. That the affair and the revenge are both symptoms of a relationship that was fundamentally broken. That I need to grieve and move forward rather than dwelling on whether the punishment fit the crime. But I'm not dwelling. I'm rebuilding. The engagement is over. Vanessa and Troy are together, dealing with consequences of their affair. I'm moving on with my life. The presentation email was a moment of revenge, but it's not defining my recovery. I'm 29, single, no longer engaged to a woman who cheated with my brother. Vanessa's career is damaged by a presentation she gave while distracted by evidence of her affair. Troy's dealing with family disapproval for sleeping with his brother's fiancée. We're all dealing with consequences of choices we made. Vanessa chose to have an affair with my brother. I chose to send evidence of that affair during her presentation. Both choices had consequences. Whether mine were disproportionate or perfectly calibrated depends on perspective. But from my perspective, she got to experience public humiliation and professional consequences for her private betrayal. That feels fair. That feels like the universe balancing scales. That feels like revenge served exactly when it would have maximum impact. And I'm okay with being the person who did that. Because Vanessa and Troy were okay with being people who betrayed me for months while I trusted them both. If they can live with their choices, I can live with mine. The difference is, my choice was a one-time email. Their choice was months of lies, deception, and betrayal. I'll take being vindictive over being a cheater any day. My girlfriend was cheating, so I let her plan our entire vacation before revealing I knew everything. I'm 31-year-old male, was dating Kelsey, 29-year-old female, for 4 years. We'd been living together for 2 years in an apartment we both loved, had talked seriously about engagement, were planning a future together. Kelsey works as a dental hygienist. I'm a software developer. We had a comfortable relationship that I genuinely thought was solid and heading toward marriage. About 5 months ago, I noticed Kelsey becoming distant. She was always texting someone she said was her co-worker, Jenna, stayed late at work multiple times a week, seemed distracted during our time together. I tried to talk to her about whether something was wrong, but she insisted everything was fine, that work was just busy and stressful. I wanted to believe her, but something felt off. When Kelsey went to visit her parents for the weekend, I did something I'm not proud of. I checked her laptop that she'd left at home. I found her messages with someone named Evan, not Jenna. They'd been having an affair for at least 3 months based on the chat history. The messages were explicit and painful. Kelsey and Evan discussing their relationship, planning times to meet when I wasn't around, talking about how guilty they felt but couldn't stop seeing each other, photos they'd exchanged, plans for secret getaways, conversations about how Kelsey wasn't sure she wanted to be with me long term but hadn't figured out how to leave. Most devastating was reading Kelsey tell Evan that being with him made her realize what she'd been missing in our relationship, that I was safe and stable, but Evan was exciting and passionate, that she'd probably end up marrying me because it was the practical choice, but Evan was what she actually wanted. Reading that she saw me as the boring, practical option, while Evan was her passion, destroyed me. I'd thought we were in love, building something real. Turns out I was just the safe backup plan while she explored excitement elsewhere. I could have confronted her immediately when she returned from her parents' house, but I was hurt and angry, and I wanted her to feel at least a fraction of the pain and wasted time she'd caused me. Kelsey had been talking for months about planning a big vacation for us, 2 weeks in Europe, something we'd both always wanted to do. She'd been researching destinations, looking at flights, getting excited about finally taking this dream trip together. We'd planned to book everything in the next few weeks. I decided to let her plan the entire vacation, research, bookings, deposits, everything, before I revealed that I knew about Evan and we'd never be taking that trip together. So I encouraged her enthusiasm, helped her research, acted excited about our upcoming European adventure, all while knowing I'd be ending the relationship before we ever got on a plane. For the next 6 weeks, Kelsey threw herself into vacation planning. She spent hours researching the perfect itinerary: Paris, Rome, Barcelona, all the cities we'd dreamed about visiting together. She booked flights, reserved hotels, made restaurant reservations at places with months-long wait lists, bought tickets for museums and tours. She was so excited, constantly showing me her planning spreadsheets, asking my opinion on activities, talking about how amazing our trip would be. Our dream vacation, she kept calling it. The trip of a lifetime. I played along perfectly, acted enthusiastic about every detail, approved all her choices, helped her finalize bookings. Meanwhile, I was documenting everything, screenshotting her continued affair messages with Evan, saving proof of her lying to me about where she was going when she met him, collecting evidence of the double life she was leading. Kelsey even made us a shared playlist for the trip, bought matching luggage, started a countdown calendar on our fridge. She was investing emotional energy and time into planning this perfect romantic vacation with me while still actively sleeping with Evan. The cognitive dissonance must have been exhausting. Planning couple activities with me during the day, texting Evan about their affair at night. Booking romantic hotels for us while meeting Evan for secret hookups. Living 2 completely separate realities. About 2 weeks before our scheduled departure, Kelsey had finalized everything. All bookings confirmed, all deposits paid, complete itinerary planned down to specific restaurants for each night. She was ecstatic, kept saying she couldn't wait to finally take this trip with me. That's when I told her I knew about Evan. We were sitting on our couch, Kelsey showing me final details on her laptop, when I said, "I know you've been cheating on me with Evan for the past 5 months. I've known for 6 weeks. We won't be going to Europe together because I'm ending this relationship." Kelsey's face went through stages: confusion, denial, panic, devastation. She immediately started crying, asking how I knew, trying to minimize the affair, begging me not to throw away our relationship over a mistake. I showed her the screenshots I'd saved, showed her proof I'd known for 6 weeks while she planned our entire vacation. Told her she'd wasted all that planning time and emotional energy on a trip that would never happen, because I'd been waiting for the perfect moment to reveal the truth. Kelsey broke down completely, said I was cruel for letting her plan everything while knowing I'd end things before we left. That I deliberately wasted her time, got her hopes up, and let her invest in a future I knew we wouldn't have. I said she'd wasted 4 years of my life on a relationship where I was just the safe option while she explored passion with someone else. that 6 weeks of vacation planning was nothing compared to the time I'd invested in a relationship she wasn't fully committed to. Kelsey said, the affair
with Evan had been a mistake.
that she'd chosen me, that planning the vacation proved she wanted a future with me. I said planning a vacation while actively cheating proved nothing except her ability to compartmentalize and lie. Kelsey moved out 3 days later, staying with a friend while she figured out next steps. The European vacation was completely non-refundable. She'd booked everything under her name using her credit card, and we were past all cancellation windows. She lost approximately $8,000 in flights, hotels, tours, and reservations. She's been texting me furiously about the lost deposits, saying I deliberately caused her financial damage by letting her book everything before revealing I knew about the affair. That I should have confronted her immediately instead of waiting for her to waste money on trip planning. I told her she should have been honest instead of having an affair. That the lost deposits were consequences of her own choices. I didn't make her cheat, didn't force her to plan an expensive vacation while conducting an affair, didn't cause her to lie for months. Kelsey's been telling friends and family I'm vindictive and cruel, that I deliberately let her waste time and money planning a vacation I knew we'd never take. That yes, she made mistakes with the affair, but my revenge was calculated and mean. Our mutual friends are divided. Some think Kelsey deserved to waste time and money since she'd wasted years of my life with her affair and dishonesty. Others think I should have confronted her immediately instead of letting her invest in vacation planning as revenge. Evan apparently ended things with Kelsey once the affair was exposed. He wasn't interested in an actual relationship with her, just the excitement of the secret affair. So, Kelsey lost both me and Evan, plus $8,000 in vacation deposits. She's been alternating between apologizing for the affair and attacking me for the cruel timing of my reveal. Says she understands why I'm angry, but can't understand why I let her waste 6 weeks and thousands of dollars instead of confronting her when I first found out. I've tried to explain. I wanted her to feel a fraction of what I felt, discovering she'd wasted 4 years of my life on someone who saw me as the boring, safe option. 6 weeks and $8,000 seemed like proportionate revenge for 4 years and an engagement I'd been planning. Kelsey says that's vindictive and petty, that mature adults confront infidelity directly instead of creating elaborate revenge scenarios involving fake vacation planning. Maybe she's right. Maybe I should have confronted her immediately. But there was something satisfying about watching her invest time and emotion into a future she'd already destroyed through her affair, then having that investment collapse the same way my trust in her had collapsed. My parents think I went too far. They say the affair justified ending things, but that deliberately letting Kelsey waste money on vacation planning was mean-spirited. That I should have been the bigger person by confronting her immediately. My best friend thinks it's hilarious and deserved. Says Kelsey wasted years of my life and emotional investment, so wasting her vacation planning and deposits was perfectly proportionate karma. I'm rebuilding my life now. Single at 31, moving to a new apartment without the memories of Kelsey and our relationship. She's dealing with lost deposits, a ended affair, and a reputation among our friend group as the cheater who lost her relationship and $8,000 because her boyfriend let her plan a vacation he knew they'd never take. Some people think what I did was clever revenge that fit the crime. Others think it was petty and cruel, that I should have confronted the affair honestly instead of playing games. I think it was both. Clever and petty, justified and vindictive, proportionate revenge for disproportionate betrayal. Kelsey got to experience the disappointment of invested time and emotion leading nowhere. The same thing she'd put me through for years of our relationship, where I thought I was her passionate partner, but was actually just the safe backup. The European vacation never happened. The relationship ended, and Kelsey learned that planning a future with someone you're betraying is a waste of time, money, and emotion. A lesson I learned the hard way, and one I made sure she learned too. Fair? Maybe not. Satisfying? Absolutely. Vindictive? Definitely. But after reading messages where she called me boring and stable compared to her exciting affair partner while I planned our engagement, I'm comfortable with being vindictive. Kelsey wanted excitement. I gave her the excitement of losing $8,000 and a relationship in the same conversation. And I'd do it again.
My wife cheated during our infertility treatments, so I let her announce a pregnancy that wasn't mine. I'm 39-year-old male, married to Sophie, 37-year-old female, for 11 years. We'd been trying to conceive for 4 years, gone through multiple rounds of IVF with no success. The infertility struggle had been emotionally devastating for both of us, or so I thought. Every failed cycle brought tears, grief, discussions about whether to keep trying or accept childlessness. I'd been fully committed to the process, attended every appointment, gave myself injection reminders for Sophie's hormone schedules, held her through the disappointments, researched clinics and treatment options. Sophie seemed equally invested, emotional after each failure, determined to keep trying, talking about how badly she wanted to have children with me. 5 months ago, after our latest failed IVF cycle, Sophie suggested we take a break from treatments to let her body recover. I agreed. The hormones and procedures had been physically taxing for her. A few months off seemed reasonable. During this break, Sophie seemed happier and more relaxed than she'd been in years. I attributed it to relief from the treatment stress. She was going out more with friends, taking evening yoga classes, seemed lighter and more like herself. Then, 3 weeks ago, Sophie came home excited and emotional. She said she had incredible news. She'd taken a pregnancy test that morning and it was positive. We were finally pregnant naturally, after years of trying. I was shocked and thrilled. We'd been told natural conception was unlikely given our infertility issues, but miracles happen. Sophie was crying happy tears, saying this was what we'd been waiting for, that our baby was finally coming. We celebrated, told close friends and family. Sophie posted on social media about our miracle baby after years of struggle. Everyone was thrilled for us, but something felt off to me. The timing was strange. We'd barely had sex during Sophie's recovery period. Maybe 3 times in 4 months, all around dates I could clearly remember. The pregnancy would have to be from one of those specific occasions. I started tracking dates more carefully. The positive test was 3 weeks ago. If Sophie was pregnant from any of our encounters, she'd be at most 8 to 9 weeks along based on conception dates. But when I asked Sophie how far along the doctor thought she was, she'd gone to an initial appointment without me, said she wanted to confirm before getting my hopes up. She said 12 weeks. 12 weeks would be from before we'd started our break from IVF, from when we were actively trying and failing. That didn't make sense medically, unless Sophie had gotten pregnant by someone else. I didn't confront Sophie immediately. Instead, I started paying closer attention. When she scheduled her next prenatal appointment, I asked to come along. She said the doctor preferred seeing pregnant women alone for early appointments, that I could join once we got to the ultrasound stage. That was a lie. I called the OB office to confirm whether partners were allowed at early appointments. The receptionist said partners were welcome at all appointments. Sophie had lied about me being excluded. She was going to these appointments alone deliberately. I hired a private investigator. Within a week, I had confirmation. Sophie had been having an affair with her yoga instructor, Damien, 31 male, for the past 6 months. They'd been meeting regularly during her evening classes, spending time at his apartment, being physically intimate. The timeline was damning. Sophie's affair with Damien had started right after our last failed IVF cycle. Her break from treatments to let her body recover had actually been a break from trying to get pregnant with me so she could pursue a relationship with Damien. The pregnancy was Damien's, not mine. Sophie had gotten pregnant naturally with her affair partner while we were supposedly taking a break from infertility treatments. The PI provided photos, hotel receipts,
a timeline of their relationship that overlapped perfectly with Sophie's pregnancy dates. She was carrying Damien's baby while letting me believe it was our miracle child after years of IVF failure. The manipulation was staggering. Sophie had let me celebrate, had let me tell friends and family about our baby, had let me believe we'd finally succeeded in becoming parents, all while knowing the baby was her affair partner's. I could have confronted her immediately, could have exposed the affair, demanded paternity testing, ended the marriage before she'd gotten too far into the pregnancy. But I was hurt and furious in ways I'd never experienced. Sophie had used our infertility struggle as cover for an affair, had gotten pregnant with another man while I grieved our failed IVF cycles, had let me celebrate a pregnancy that wasn't mine. I wanted her to feel exposed and humiliated the way she'd made me feel. So, I decided to let Sophie continue with her pregnancy announcement, continue letting everyone believe the baby was mine, right up until the moment I revealed the affair and DNA evidence proving the baby was Damien's. Sophie wanted to announce the pregnancy publicly at a family gathering we had planned for the following month. She was excited to tell everyone together, wanted it to be a special celebration after everyone had supported us through infertility. I encouraged her to plan the announcement, told her it would be wonderful to share our joy with family, helped her prepare the reveal, cute announcement cards, a small cake with baby, last name, written on it, the whole celebration, all while knowing I'd be revealing the truth about the affair and the real father before she made her announcement. The family gathering was last weekend, about 40 people, including both our extended families, close friends, people who'd supported us through years of infertility treatments. Sophie had planned everything perfectly, was glowing and excited to finally share good news after so much disappointment. Before Sophie could make her announcement, I stood up and said I had something important to share first. I told everyone that Sophie was indeed pregnant, but that the baby wasn't mine, that Sophie had been having an affair with her yoga instructor for 6 months, that she'd gotten pregnant with him during our break from IVF treatments, and that she'd been lying to me and everyone else about this being our miracle baby. I showed them the PI report on my phone, photos of Sophie and Damien together, timeline proving the affair, medical records showing pregnancy dates that didn't align with my availability. The room went completely silent. Sophie's face went from confused to horrified to furious in seconds. She started screaming that I was lying, that I was crazy, that the baby was mine. I said, "The baby is 12 weeks along according to your doctor. We've had sex exactly 3 times in the last 4 months, none of them at dates that would result in a 12-week pregnancy. You've been sleeping with Damien during your evening yoga classes. The baby is his." Sophie tried to deny it, but the evidence was overwhelming. Her mother was crying. My parents looked devastated. Friends who'd supported us through infertility were shocked and angry. I said, "Sophie wanted to announce this pregnancy to everyone as our miracle baby after years of struggle. I thought everyone should know the real story before celebrating, that the baby is her affair partner's, conceived while we were supposedly taking a break from IVF treatments so her body could recover." Sophie ran out of the room crying. Her best friend followed her. Most guests left quickly, too uncomfortable to stay. My family stayed behind, horrified and supportive. Sophie's been texting and calling non-stop since then, says I'm cruel and vindictive, that humiliating her at a family gathering while pregnant was unforgivable, that yes, she made mistakes, but publicly exposing her affair at what was supposed to be a happy announcement was calculated cruelty. She's admitted the affair now, admitted the baby is Damien's, but she says I didn't have to tell everyone the way I did, that I could have confronted her privately instead of destroying her at a family event. I disagree. Sophie was about to let 40 people celebrate a pregnancy she knew wasn't mine, was going to accept congratulations and joy from people who'd supported us through infertility, while hiding that she'd gotten pregnant with her affair partner. Those people deserved to know the truth before celebrating. And Sophie deserved to be exposed at the exact moment she was planning her fraudulent announcement. Some family members think I went too far, that exposing Sophie's affair at a family gathering while she's pregnant was unnecessarily cruel. Others think she deserved public exposure for letting everyone believe the baby was mine. Sophie moved in with Damien after the gathering. They're apparently planning to raise the baby together. She's devastated that her family knows about the affair and the real paternity, that she's lost her support system's sympathy. I've filed for divorce. The affair, the fraudulent pregnancy announcement, all of it documented. Sophie's pregnant with another man's baby and everyone who matters knows it. Our mutual friends are divided. Some say Sophie deserved to be exposed for the cruel manipulation of letting me believe the baby was mine. Others say exposing her at the announcement gathering was vindictive timing designed for maximum humiliation. I think the timing was perfect. Sophie wanted a celebration, wanted everyone's joy and congratulations for a pregnancy she knew was fraudulent. I made sure everyone knew the truth at exactly the moment she was about to lie to them all. Was it revenge? Absolutely. Was it also truth-telling that prevented Sophie from manipulating 40 people into celebrating a lie? Also, yes. I'm 40 now, divorcing a wife who got pregnant with her affair partner while we struggled with infertility. Sophie's 38, pregnant with Damien's baby, publicly exposed for the affair at what was supposed to be her happy announcement. She wanted to share her pregnancy joy with everyone. I made sure she shared the truth instead. Some will always think I should have handled it privately. But Sophie would have kept lying, would have let everyone celebrate our baby, would have maintained the fraud as long as possible. The public exposure at her planned announcement ensured she faced consequences at exactly the moment she was attempting her biggest deception. That's not just revenge, that's justice. And I'd do it again. My wife's affair ended because I told him she had an STD she didn't have. I'm 42 Unernale, married to Vanessa, 39-year-old female, for 13 years with one son, 10-year-old male. Vanessa works as a real estate agent. I'm an accountant. We'd had the typical ups and downs of long-term marriage, but nothing I considered serious until about 8 months ago, when Vanessa's behavior changed dramatically. She became obsessed with her appearance, new clothes, gym membership, expensive hair appointments. Started working late showings several nights a week, was on her phone constantly texting and smiling. She'd shower immediately when she got home from work, changed her passwords on all her devices, became defensive when I asked basic questions about her day. I'm an accountant. I notice patterns and inconsistencies. Vanessa's behavior screamed affair, but she was careful enough that I didn't have concrete proof. I tried accessing her phone, but she'd changed all her passcodes. I checked our cell phone bill and found one number she texted constantly. Hundreds of messages daily, calls that lasted hours, all outside work hours. I reverse searched the number and found it belonged to Kyle, 31-year-old male, one of Vanessa's colleagues at her real estate office. I could have confronted her with just the phone records, but I wanted more proof. I installed a GPS tracker on her car, legal since it's registered in both our names, and monitored her movements for 2 weeks. Vanessa wasn't going to late showings. She was going to Kyle's apartment across town. She'd stay there for hours, then come home and tell me about the difficult clients she'd been dealing with, the properties she'd shown, the contracts she'd negotiated. All lies. She'd been at Kyle's apartment having an affair while I was home with our son. I had proof now, phone records, GPS data showing repeated visits to Kyle's address. I could have confronted Vanessa, filed for divorce, exposed the affair to her employer. Affairs with colleagues violate their company policy. But I was angry and hurt, and wanted Kyle to end the affair himself. Wanted him to be the one to reject Vanessa, instead of me being the one to kick her out. That's when I came up with the plan. I created a fake email account posing as Vanessa's doctor's office and sent Kyle a message saying there'd been a confidential breach and he needed to know he'd been exposed to chlamydia through his sexual partner Vanessa. Vanessa doesn't have chlamydia. I know this because we'd both been tested recently as part of routine physicals, and everything came back clean. But Kyle didn't know that. He just received an official-looking email saying he'd been exposed to an STD through his affair partner. The fake email was carefully crafted. I used medical terminology, made it look like an automated HIPAA breach notification, included generic information about chlamydia treatment and testing. The email address looked legitimate, something like patientservices/doctorname.medical.com, using a domain I'd purchased for $12. I made it seem like Vanessa's doctor's office had accidentally sent exposure notifications to her recent sexual contacts due to a database error, and that Kyle should get tested immediately and avoid sexual contact until treated. The email also included a line saying, "Patient has been informed of positive test result and is receiving treatment. Sexual partners from the past 60 days are being notified per protocol." Within hours of Kyle receiving that email, Vanessa's phone started blowing up. She was in the kitchen making dinner when I saw her face go pale reading messages. She excused herself to the bedroom, and I could hear her on the phone with Kyle having a heated, whispered conversation. She came out 20 minutes later looking shaken and upset. I asked if everything was okay. She said it was just a work issue, nothing to worry about. Over the next few days, Vanessa's behavior changed dramatically. The constant texting stopped. The late showings ended. She was home every night, seemed subdued and anxious, kept checking her phone but wasn't getting the messages she'd been receiving before. I monitored the GPS. She wasn't going to Kyle's apartment anymore. 2 weeks after the fake email, Vanessa told me she wanted to go to marriage counseling. Said she'd been distant lately and wanted to reconnect, work on our relationship. I agreed, playing the supportive husband. In counseling, Vanessa talked about feeling disconnected, said she wanted to be more present in our marriage, wanted to prioritize family. No mention of an affair, no confession, just vague statements about recommitting. I played along. Let her believe her affair had ended naturally, that Kyle had just lost interest. Meanwhile, I knew exactly why Kyle had ended it. He thought Vanessa had given him an STD. Through some social media investigation, Kyle's profile was semi-public, I could see he'd started dating someone new within a month. He'd completely moved on from Vanessa, blocked her on social media, clearly wanted nothing to do with her. Vanessa, meanwhile, was trying to save our marriage. Not because she'd had a moral revelation, but because her affair partner had dumped her after thinking she'd exposed him to chlamydia. I watched her go through what looked like genuine grief. She'd lost weight, seemed depressed, was going through the motions of marriage counseling while clearly mourning the relationship with Kyle. The irony was perfect. Vanessa thought Kyle had ended things because of a medical issue, had no idea I'd orchestrated the breakup by sending a fake STD exposure notification. I could have ended the marriage immediately after discovering the affair. Could have confronted her, filed for divorce, moved on. But watching Vanessa lose Kyle and desperately try to fix our marriage, knowing she was only trying because her affair had ended, not because she'd chosen me, felt like better revenge than quick confrontation would have been. I maintained the charade for 3 months, went to marriage counseling with Vanessa, pretended to work on our relationship, let her believe she'd successfully hidden the affair and that Kyle had just lost interest naturally. But I was documenting everything. Every counseling session where she lied about why she'd been distant, blamed work stress, never mentioned Kyle. Every time she checked her phone looking for messages from him that never came. Every moment she tried to be the devoted wife while mourning her ended affair. Then at month 3, I confronted her with everything. Showed her the phone records, the GPS data proving she'd been going to Kyle's apartment, screenshots of Kyle's social media showing he'd moved on completely. Vanessa was shocked I'd known all along. Asked why I'd gone to marriage counseling with her for 3 months if I'd known about the affair the whole time. I said, Because I wanted to watch you try to save our marriage only after Kyle dumped you. I wanted you to feel what it's like to lose someone you'd invested in emotionally. And I wanted you to do all that work in counseling knowing you were lying the whole time. Then I told her about the fake email. That Kyle hadn't just lost interest. He'd thought she'd given him chlamydia and had ended the affair because of it. That I'd sent that email specifically to make Kyle dump her. Vanessa was horrified. Said what I'd done was illegal, debatable, definitely unethical, possibly illegal depending on jurisdiction. That impersonating a medical office was fraud. That I'd destroyed her relationship with Kyle through deliberate deception. I said she'd destroyed our marriage through an 8-month affair. That yes, I'd sent a fake email, but only after she'd spent months lying to both me and Kyle. Vanessa said Kyle ending the affair because of a fake STD was manipulative and cruel, that I'd taken away her agency in how the relationship ended. I said she'd taken away my agency by having an affair in the first place. She argued the situations weren't equivalent. My deception was calculated and deliberate. Hers was emotional and unintended. I said 8 months of affair is pretty deliberate, and letting me believe everything was fine while sleeping with Kyle was calculated deception. We divorced. The affair and the 3 months of marriage counseling where she'd lied continuously became central to the proceedings. Vanessa's lawyer tried to use the fake email as evidence of my misconduct, but my lawyer argued it was irrelevant to custody and asset division. Kyle found out eventually. Vanessa told him the truth, and was furious. Contacted me threatening legal action for the fake medical email. My lawyer sent him a cease and desist, pointing out that pursuing it would require Kyle admitting to an affair with a married colleague, which violated his company policy and could cost him his job. Kyle dropped it.
Vanessa and I finished the divorce. She's furious that I let her go through 3 months of marriage counseling, thinking she was saving our marriage when I'd already decided to leave. But she'd gone through 8 months of affair thinking I didn't know while she was destroying our marriage. 3 months of false counseling seems proportionate to 8 months of false fidelity. Some mutual friends think the fake STD email was beyond acceptable revenge, that impersonating medical personnel is serious misconduct, regardless of her affair. Others think it was creative problem-solving that ended the affair without direct confrontation. My therapist says I was processing betrayal through control. Couldn't control Vanessa's affair, so I controlled how it ended and when I revealed my knowledge. That both the fake email and the months of marriage counseling were about reclaiming power. I'm 43 now, divorced from a wife who had an 8-month affair that ended because I faked an STD exposure. Vanessa's 40, dealing with divorce and the knowledge that her affair ended due to my manipulation, not Kyle's natural loss of interest. Kyle moved on immediately, is in a new relationship, probably doesn't think about Vanessa anymore. She mourned a relationship that ended because of my fake email, not because of anything real. Some will say faking medical communications is always wrong, but Vanessa having an 8-month affair while coming home to our son every night was wrong too. I just made sure her affair ended in a way that hurt her most, rejected by Kyle, forced to try saving a marriage she'd already destroyed. The fake email worked. Kyle dumped her immediately. Vanessa scrambled to fix our marriage. I watched her struggle for 3 months before revealing I'd known all along. That's not just revenge, that's orchestrated consequence. And I'd send that email again. My fiancée cheated at her bachelorette party, so I played the video at our wedding rehearsal. I'm 33.M, was engaged to Amanda, 31.female, after dating for 4 years. We were 3 weeks from our wedding, venue booked, invitations sent, 150 guests confirmed. Amanda and I had what seemed like a great relationship, strong communication, shared values about marriage and fidelity. I genuinely believed we were building something lasting. 2 weeks before the wedding, Amanda went to Las Vegas for her bachelorette party. 5 of her closest friends, 3 nights in Vegas, the traditional last hurrah before marriage. I wasn't worried. I trusted Amanda completely,
We'd talked about boundaries. I knew she'd have fun but stay faithful. Amanda came back from Vegas Sunday night happy and exhausted, showed me photos from the trip, talked about shows they'd seen and restaurants they'd tried. Everything seemed normal. She was excited about the upcoming wedding, affectionate and loving, gave me no reason to suspect anything had happened. Then, Tuesday afternoon, I got a DM on Instagram from an account I didn't recognize. The message said, "You should know what your fiancée did in Vegas. She deserves to face consequences before you marry her." Attached was a video file. I almost deleted it thinking it was spam or someone trying to cause drama. But something made me download and watch it. The video showed Amanda in what was clearly a Vegas hotel room, very drunk, making out with a man I didn't recognize. It escalated quickly. Within 30 seconds they were undressing each other, and within 2 minutes they were having sex on the hotel bed while Amanda's friends cheered and filmed in the background. The video was 3 minutes long. Clear footage of my fiancée having drunken sex with a stranger at her bachelorette party, while her friends encouraged it and documented it on camera. I watched it 5 times, unable to process what I was seeing. Amanda had come home from Vegas acting normal, told me about their fun trip, never mentioned hooking up with anyone. She'd lied by omission, let me continue planning our wedding while knowing she'd been unfaithful 3 days before. I texted the Instagram account asking who they were and how they got the video. They responded, "I was at the same club as your fiancé's group. One of her drunk friends was showing the video around, bragging about the crazy bachelorette party. Thought you should know before you marry someone who'd cheat on you." A stranger had sent me proof of my fiancé's infidelity because her friends had been publicly showing the video around Vegas. The affair wasn't even discreet. It was entertainment her friends documented and shared. I could have confronted Amanda immediately, could have canceled the wedding, ended the engagement, handled it privately. But I was hurt and humiliated and furious. Our wedding rehearsal was scheduled for Friday, 3 days away, the night before our Saturday wedding. I decided to play the video at the rehearsal dinner in front of all our family and wedding party. I didn't tell Amanda I knew about Vegas. Acted normal for 3 days, continued wedding preparations, let her maintain the lie by omission. Meanwhile, I coordinated with the venue's AV team to ensure I could play a video during the rehearsal dinner toasts. The rehearsal dinner was Friday at 6 p.m. 50 people, immediate family, wedding party, out-of-town guests who'd arrived early. Amanda was radiant and happy, excited that we'd be married the next day. Her friends from Vegas were all there, laughing and toasting, probably thinking their secret was safe. After dinner, the toasts began. Amanda's maid of honor went first with a sweet speech about friendship. My best man gave a funny toast about our relationship. Then I stood up saying I had something special to share. I'd told the AV team I was showing a surprise montage of our relationship for Amanda. Instead, I projected the Vegas bachelorette party video onto the large screen at the front of the room. The audio came through clearly. Amanda moaning, her friends cheering, "Go Amanda!" Someone yelling, "What happens in Vegas?" The stranger grunting. The visual was unmistakable. My fiancée having sex with another man while her bridesmaids filmed and encouraged. The room went completely silent, except for the video audio. Amanda's face went white. Her mother gasped. My parents looked horrified. Amanda's friends from Vegas were panicking, looking at each other. After the full 3-minute video played, I said into the microphone, "This is what Amanda did at her bachelorette party 5 days ago. I found out Tuesday. Thought everyone should know before showing up to a wedding that's not happening tomorrow." Amanda was crying and screaming, asking how I got that video, saying it wasn't what it looked like. Her friends were trying to leave, but people were blocking the exits, asking what was going on. I said, "One of your drunk friends was showing this video around Vegas, bragging about the bachelorette party. A stranger sent it to me because they felt bad I was about to marry someone who'd cheat on me 3 days before our wedding." Amanda's mother was crying. My mother was furious at Amanda. The bridesmaids who'd been in the video were trying to explain it was just Vegas and didn't mean anything, which made things worse. Amanda begged me to talk privately, said she'd made a horrible drunken mistake, that she loved me and wanted to marry me. I said the wedding was canceled, the engagement was over, and everyone could go home. I left the rehearsal dinner. The venue scrambled to cancel the next day's wedding. Guests who'd traveled were confused and upset. Amanda was devastated and humiliated in front of 50 people. Her friends blamed me for the public humiliation, said I should have confronted Amanda privately instead of playing the video at the rehearsal dinner. The aftermath has been messy and complicated. Amanda's been texting and calling constantly, alternating between apologizing for the cheating and attacking me for the public humiliation. She says, yes, she made a drunken mistake, but playing the video at the rehearsal dinner in front of our families was cruel and vindictive. She's told friends and family that she'd confessed to me privately about Vegas. She hadn't. That we'd agreed to work through it. We hadn't. And that I'd blindsided her by playing the video publicly after we'd supposedly reconciled. Complete lie. Her bridesmaids from Vegas are furious with me. They say I'm abusive and controlling for publicly humiliating Amanda instead of handling the infidelity privately. That playing a sex video of her at the rehearsal dinner was revenge porn and possibly illegal. My lawyer says it's not revenge porn because I didn't create or distribute the video for sexual gratification. I showed evidence of infidelity to people directly affected by the canceled wedding. Still legally gray area, but probably not criminal. Our families are divided. My parents support my decision to cancel the wedding and think the public revelation was justified given Amanda's deception. Amanda's parents think I'm cruel and vindictive, that the cheating was bad but the public humiliation was worse. Extended family members who'd traveled for the wedding are angry at both of us, at Amanda for cheating and causing the cancellation, at me for not revealing it privately before they'd spent money on travel. Amanda's lost several friends who saw the video and were disgusted by her behavior and her friends' encouragement. Others blame me for slut-shaming her by showing the video publicly instead of confronting her privately. I've been processing whether I went too far. The cheating justified ending the engagement. But did it justify playing the video at the rehearsal dinner in front of families and friends? Was there a less public way to handle it? My therapist says I was acting from a place of hurt and humiliation, that the public nature of my response mirrored the public nature of Amanda's cheating, her friends showing the video around Vegas. That both of us made choices driven by emotion rather than careful thought. But I don't fully regret it. Amanda cheated 3 days before our wedding, came home and lied about it, continued planning our wedding knowing she'd been unfaithful. Her friends documented it and shared it publicly in Vegas. Playing the video at the rehearsal dinner ensured Amanda couldn't minimize or lie about what happened. 50 people saw exactly what she'd done, heard her friends encouraging it, witnessed the affair that she'd hidden from me for 5 days. Was it vindictive? Absolutely. Was it proportionate? Amanda thinks no. She made one drunken mistake while I deliberately humiliated her in front of everyone important to us. I think yes. She had sex with a stranger at her bachelorette party while friends filmed and encouraged her, then came home and acted like nothing happened. The video existing at all was her choice and her friend's choice. I just made sure the relevant people saw it before committing to a marriage built on deception. The wedding didn't happen. The engagement is over. And everyone who is going to attend our wedding knows exactly why. They saw the 3-minute video of Amanda's bachelorette party infidelity. Some will always think I should have handled it privately, that playing the video publicly was cruel regardless of what it depicted. Others think Amanda deserved public consequences for public behavior that her friends were already showing around Vegas. I'm 33, single, processing the end of a 4-year relationship that was 3 weeks from marriage. Amanda's 31, dealing with social consequences of both her cheating and the public exposure of it. We both made choices. She chose to cheat at her bachelorette party. I chose to reveal it at the rehearsal dinner. Both choices had consequences. Both of us are living with them. The difference is, Amanda's choice was drunken and impulsive. Mine was sober and calculated. She can claim mistake. I can't. I deliberately chose the most public, humiliating way to expose her infidelity. And I'd make that choice again. Because Amanda would have minimized, lied, convinced people it was just a drunken kiss or didn't mean anything. The video told the truth in a way words never could. 50 people saw exactly what happened. Nobody can rewrite that narrative. And for exposing my fiancé's infidelity in the most undeniable way possible, I'm okay being called vindictive. The wedding's canceled. The truth is out. And I didn't marry someone who'd cheat 3 days before our wedding, then come home and act like everything was fine. That's not revenge. That's informed decision-making with visual aids. And I'm at peace with it. My wife was cheating with my best friend, so I told his terminally ill mother the truth. I'm 37-year-old male, married to Rebecca, 35-year-old female, for 9 years with 1 daughter, 6-year-old female. My best friend since college, Scott, 38-year-old male, has been part of our family for 15 years. Godfather to our daughter, always at family events, the kind of friend I considered a brother. Scott's mother, Diane, 67-year-old female, has stage 4 pancreatic cancer and has been given 3 to 6 months to live. 3 months ago, I came home early from a business trip due to a canceled flight. Walked into my house at 2 p.m. on a Wednesday to find Rebecca and Scott having sex in our guest room. They didn't hear me come in. I stood in the doorway for probably 30 seconds watching my wife and best friend together before Scott noticed me and scrambled off the bed. The confrontation was brutal. Both of them admitted the affair had been going on for over a year. A full year of my wife sleeping with my best friend, of them lying to my face, of Scott being at family dinners while having an affair with my wife, of him being my daughter's godfather while betraying our entire family. Rebecca said she'd fallen in love with Scott, that they'd tried to fight it but the connection was too strong. Scott said he was sorry but couldn't help his feelings. Neither of them showed real remorse, just guilt at being caught, and frustration that their affair was exposed before they'd figured out how to tell me. They'd been planning to tell me eventually, but hadn't decided when. Meanwhile, they'd been conducting a year-long affair under my nose, at my house, while I trusted both of them completely. I asked Scott to leave. Rebecca packed a bag and left with him. They've been staying together at Scott's apartment since then, apparently ready to make their affair relationship public now that it's been exposed. I've been devastated, processing betrayal by both my wife and my closest friend. Our families are in shock. My daughter doesn't understand why Mommy isn't living with us anymore. The whole situation is a nightmare. But what made it more complicated was Scott's mother, Diane. She's dying of pancreatic cancer, has maybe 3 months left. Scott's her only child, and her dying wish is to see him happy and settled. She adores Rebecca, has been thrilled that Scott and Rebecca have gotten so close recently, as Scott's helped our family through my busy work schedule. Diane has no idea Rebecca and Scott's closeness is actually an affair. She thinks Scott's just being a good friend to our family, and Scott's been letting his dying mother believe this wholesome version of events, rather than tell her he's been having an affair with his best friend's wife. Scott asked me not to tell Diane the truth about the affair before she dies, said it would devastate her in her final months, that she deserves to die in peace. I told Diane everything. I went to visit Diane at her home last week. She was happy to see me, asked how Rebecca and my daughter were doing, said how wonderful it was that Scott had been helping our family so much. She had no idea the help Scott was providing included sleeping with my wife. I told her I needed to be honest about something difficult. That Rebecca and Scott had been having an affair for over a year. That I'd discovered them together. That Rebecca had left me to be with Scott. That their relationship wasn't the friendship she'd believed it to be, but an affair that destroyed my marriage. Diane was devastated. She started crying, said she couldn't believe Scott would betray his best friend that way, that she'd raised him better than that. She asked if I was sure, if there was any possibility of misunderstanding. I showed her text messages between Rebecca and Scott that I'd recovered from Rebecca's phone before she left. Messages going back over a year, explicit and romantic, making plans to be together, discussing how guilty they felt about deceiving me, but how they couldn't stop. Diane read through them, tears streaming down her face. She said she was ashamed of her son, that this wasn't the man she'd raised, that she was horrified he'd done this to me and my family. Then she said, "You were right to tell me. I'm dying, but I deserve to know the truth about my son before I go. Thank you for being honest with me, even though it was hard." Scott found out I'd told his mother within hours. He called me screaming, saying I was cruel and vindictive, that his mother was dying and I'd destroyed her remaining peace by revealing the affair, that I should have let her die believing Scott was a good person, instead of knowing her son was someone who'd betray his best friend. I told Scott that Diane deserved the truth, that she'd thanked me for being honest with her, that I wasn't going to protect his reputation with his dying mother when he'd destroyed my marriage and family. Scott said telling Diane served no purpose except revenge, that it didn't undo the affair or help my marriage, it just made a dying woman's last months more painful. That I'd prioritized revenge over Diane's peace. Rebecca called too, crying and angry, saying I'd been unforgivably cruel to tell Diane when she's terminal. That the affair was between us and didn't need to involve Scott's dying mother. That I'd hurt an innocent sick woman out of spite. I disagreed. Diane wasn't innocent. She'd been praising Scott's character while he conducted an affair, talking about how proud she was of him while he betrayed his best friend. She deserved to know the truth about who her son actually was before she died. In the weeks since telling Diane, the consequences have intensified. Diane changed her will. Scott was supposed to inherit everything, but she's now leaving a significant portion to cancer research and victim support charities. She told Scott she was disappointed in the man he'd become and needed to balance her legacy accordingly. Scott's furious, blaming me for costing him his inheritance by telling Diane about the affair. Says I destroyed his relationship with his dying mother in her final months out of pure revenge. Rebecca's also angry, saying Diane's changed will proves I told her specifically to hurt Scott financially, not because truth mattered. That I weaponized a dying woman's disappointment in her son to ensure he'd face consequences beyond just losing our friendship. But I didn't tell Diane to hurt Scott's inheritance. I told her because she deserved the truth. The will change was Diane's choice, her way of expressing disappointment in Scott's character and choices. Diane's been calling me regularly to check on me and my daughter. She apologized for Scott's behavior, said she wished she'd raised him better, that she's heartbroken her son would betray someone who'd been like family to him. She asked if there was anything she could do to help with my divorce or my daughter's transition. I told her just knowing the truth was enough, that I appreciated her support. Diane died 2 weeks ago. Her funeral was yesterday. Scott gave a eulogy about what a wonderful mother she'd been, how she'd taught him about integrity and loyalty. Bitter irony, given that she died disappointed in him for lacking both qualities. Rebecca and Scott sat together at the funeral, publicly as a couple now. Some family members who didn't know about the affair were confused seeing Rebecca with Scott instead of me. Those who did know were judging them silently. After the funeral, Scott's uncle approached me. Said Diane had told him the truth about Scott's affair before she died, that she'd been heartbroken by it, that she'd changed her will because she couldn't reconcile her son's betrayal with the values she'd tried to instill. The uncle said Diane had been grateful I told her the truth, that she'd wanted to die knowing her son's real character rather than living her last months believing a lie, that she'd specifically asked the uncle to tell me this after she passed. So Diane's own words, conveyed through her brother, confirmed she'd wanted to know the truth despite the pain it caused, that she'd appreciated my honesty even though it shattered her image of Scott. Scott still insists I was cruel and vindictive, that telling his dying mother about the affair served no purpose except revenge, that Diane would have been happier dying ignorant of Scott's betrayal. Rebecca agrees, says I prioritized hurting Scott over Diane's peace, that a compassionate person would have let Diane die without knowing her son's worst choices. My friends are divided. Some think Diane deserved the truth regardless of her health status, that dying doesn't give people the right to live in false realities. Others think telling a terminal cancer patient about her son's affair was unnecessarily cruel, that some truths should be withheld from the dying. My therapist says I had the right to tell Diane the truth, that she was capable of
deciding whether she wanted that information despite her illness, that her positive response and will changes suggest she valued truth over comfortable lies. But I still struggle with whether it was right. Did Diane deserve her last months of peace, even if that peace was based on lies about Scott's character? Or did she deserve the truth about her son before she died? Diane's own words suggest she wanted truth, but she's dead now. Scott's inheritance is reduced, and I'm being blamed for destroying a dying woman's peace out of revenge. I'm 37, divorced from a wife who had a year-long affair with my best friend. Scott's 38, in a relationship with my ex-wife, dealing with reduced inheritance from a mother who died disappointed in him. Rebecca's 35, with Scott, estranged from many friends who judged the affair. And Diane died, knowing her son had betrayed his best friend, but she died with the truth. Whether that was kind or cruel, compassionate or vindictive, I honestly don't know. What I know is, Scott asked me to protect his reputation with his dying mother by hiding the truth. I chose honesty instead. Diane's response, changing her will, supporting me, telling her brother she was grateful for the truth, suggests she valued that honesty even though it hurt. Some will always think I should have let Diane die in ignorant peace, but Diane herself said she deserved to know the truth before she went, and I'm going to honor her words over Scott's preference for comfortable lies. The affair destroyed my marriage. The truth destroyed Scott's inheritance and his mother's final image of him. We all made choices. We all face consequences. I'd tell Diane again, because she deserved the truth, she wanted the truth, and she thanked me for the truth. That matters more than Scott's anger, or Rebecca's accusations, or anyone's judgment about what dying people should or shouldn't know. Diane wanted to know who her son really was before she died. I gave her that knowledge. And I'd make that choice again. I discovered my fiancé's affair, so I waited until our joint mortgage closed to leave him. I'm 30-year-old female, was engaged to Tyler, 32-year-old male, for 14 months after dating for 3 years. We'd been house hunting for 6 months, finally found our dream home. Beautiful 4-bedroom craftsman in a great neighborhood, perfect for starting a family. We just had our offer accepted. We're 2 weeks from closing on a joint mortgage that would be in both our names equally. Tyler and I had been planning our future meticulously. Wedding scheduled for next summer, house closing in 2 weeks, discussions about trying for kids once we were settled. Everything was falling into place exactly as we'd planned. Then I found his iPad unlocked on our coffee table while he was in the shower. A message notification popped up from someone named Bree with a heart emoji. Can't wait to see you tomorrow night. Been too long since we've had time alone. I opened the messages, found months of correspondence between Tyler and Bree, his co-worker, as it turned out. They'd been having an affair for at least 5 months based on the message history. Explicit texts, photos they'd exchanged, plans to meet up when I was working late or out of town. The most recent messages showed they'd been together 2 nights ago, when Tyler told me he was at his brother's place watching a game. They'd had dinner at a romantic restaurant on the other side of town, then gone to her apartment. I scrolled back further. Tyler had been telling Bree that he wasn't sure about marriage, that he felt trapped by our relationship timeline, that being with her made him realize he might want something different. But he'd kept planning our future with me, house hunting,
wedding planning, talking about kids, while telling his affair partner he felt trapped. I was devastated and furious. Tyler had been sleeping with Bree while house hunting with me, while planning a wedding with me, while discussing starting a family. He'd been living a complete double life. I could have confronted him immediately, could have called off the house purchase, ended the engagement, walked away before we made any more commitments. But we were 2 weeks from closing on a house that would be in both our names, with joint mortgage liability. Once that mortgage closed, Tyler would be legally tied to a 30-year financial commitment with me. I decided to wait until after closing to confront the affair and end the relationship. That way, Tyler would be stuck with either buying me out of the house at significant cost or dealing with the nightmare of selling a house we'd just purchased together, or finding a way to make mortgage payments on a property I'd abandoned. 2 weeks. I just needed to hide my knowledge for 2 more weeks until the house was legally ours. The 2 weeks between discovering the affair and closing day were the hardest acting job of my life. I had to pretend everything was fine, continue with final house preparations, go to the closing appointment and sign mortgage documents, all while knowing Tyler was cheating and I'd be ending things immediately after. I attended the final walkthrough smiling, pointing out features I was excited about. I coordinated with movers for our closing day. I acted like a happy bride-to-be preparing to move into our dream home with my faithful fiancé. Meanwhile, Tyler continued his affair with Bree. I monitored his messages, I'd figured out his passcode, and watched him make plans to see her, tell her he needed to get through the house closing, then would figure things out with our relationship. So Tyler was planning to leave me too, just after we'd bought a house together. He was going through with the joint mortgage, knowing he intended to end our relationship, probably thinking he'd let me deal with the financial mess or figure out buyout arrangements on his terms. That made my plan feel even more justified. We were both being deceptive, both signing mortgage documents while planning to end the relationship. The difference was, I knew about his plans, and he didn't know about mine. Closing day arrived. We sat in the title company office, signed dozens of documents, committed to a 30-year mortgage for $485,000. Both our names on everything, both of us equally liable for the debt. Tyler held my hand during signing, smiled at me, said, "Here's to our future together." I smiled back and signed my name, knowing that future would last approximately 3 more hours. After closing, we went to lunch to celebrate. Tyler was happy and relaxed, probably relieved he'd gotten through the closing and could now figure out how to leave me for Bree. During lunch, I said, "I know about Bree. I've known for 2 weeks, since before closing. I waited until we'd signed the mortgage to tell you because I wanted you legally tied to this house before I ended our relationship." Tyler's face went white. He tried to deny it, but I pulled up screenshots of his messages on my phone. Months of affair evidence. His discussions with Bree about leaving me. His messages from 3 days ago about getting through closing. I said, "You were planning to leave me too, right? After closing? So we both signed a joint mortgage knowing the relationship was ending. The difference is, I made sure you'd be stuck with financial consequences." Tyler was speechless, then angry, said what I'd done was manipulative and possibly illegal, that tricking him into signing a mortgage while planning to leave was fraud. I said he'd signed the same mortgage while planning to leave me for Bree, that we'd both been deceptive, both signed documents in bad faith. The difference was, I'd done it with full knowledge of what he was doing, while he'd been operating under the assumption I was oblivious. Tyler said this would be a nightmare to unwind legally, that I'd trapped him in a financial commitment out of revenge. I said he'd trapped me in an engagement and house hunting process while having an affair for 5 months. The aftermath has been exactly the legal and financial mess I'd intended. Tyler and I are both on the mortgage for a house neither of us wants anymore. To get out of it, we have several equally terrible options. One of us buys out the other, but neither of us can qualify for a new mortgage alone while still on this one, and buyout would require appraisal, refinancing, significant cash outlay. We sell immediately, but we just bought it, would lose money on closing costs and realtor fees, plus have to coordinate showings and sales while actively hating each other. We keep the house and one person lives there while paying the other rent, but that requires ongoing financial entanglement and trust that neither of us has. Tyler's been trying to force me to agree to immediate sale at a loss. I've refused, said if he wants out of the mortgage, he can buy me out at full market value plus my share of closing costs. He can't afford that without taking massive loans. His lawyer sent a letter threatening to sue me for fraud, claiming I entered the mortgage in bad faith knowing I'd end the relationship. My lawyer responded that Tyler did the exact same thing, signed documents planning to leave me, as evidenced by his messages to Bree about getting through closing. Both lawyers agree this is a mess with no clean solution. We're both stuck on a mortgage for a house nobody wants, unable to easily extract ourselves without significant financial loss. Tyler's relationship with Bree has apparently suffered under the stress. She didn't sign up for a boyfriend who's financially entangled with his ex through a joint mortgage. They're supposedly still together, but struggling. Our mutual friends are divided. Some think I was brilliant to wait until after closing to confront the affair, ensuring Tyler faced real financial consequences rather than just walking away free. Others think deliberately signing a mortgage while planning to immediately end the relationship was vindictive and created a mess for both of us. Tyler's telling people I committed mortgage fraud, and he's consulting with lawyers about criminal charges. My lawyer says that's unlikely to go anywhere since Tyler also signed while planning to leave. We both entered the agreement in bad faith, which means neither of us can claim deception. The engagement is off, the relationship is over, and we're both trapped in a 30-year mortgage commitment we made together 2 weeks before everything imploded. My parents think I went too far, that I've created a financial nightmare for myself just to punish Tyler. That yes, the affair justified ending things, but deliberately waiting until after closing has trapped me in a bad situation too. They're right that I'm also stuck with this mortgage, but so is Tyler. And he can't just walk away from me to be with Bree without dealing with the massive financial entanglement I ensured we'd have. If I'd confronted the affair before closing, Tyler would have walked away clean. No house, no mortgage, no financial consequences. Just a broken engagement and freedom to be with Bree immediately. Now he's trapped in a joint mortgage with his ex-fiancée, can't qualify for financing on a new place while still liable for this one, has to coordinate with me on every decision about the property, and faces financial loss no matter which exit strategy we pursue. Was it worth creating a mess for myself to ensure he couldn't walk away clean? I think yes. Tyler had a 5-month affair while planning our future, was going to leave me right after we'd bought a house together, thought he could just move on with Bree without facing real consequences. Now he's facing consequences. So am I, admittedly. I'm also stuck on this mortgage, also facing financial loss, also dealing with the legal complexity of unwinding a joint property commitment. But I'm stuck with Tyler stuck with me. He can't cleanly exit our relationship without significant financial pain. The house he thought would be our future is now the anchor keeping him tied to me legally and financially for months or years of unwinding. I'm 31 now, single, co-owner of a house I never moved into with a man I'm no longer engaged to. Tyler's 33, co-owner of the same house, still with Bree, but financially unable to move forward with his life until we resolve the mortgage situation. Some will always think I went too far, that deliberately signing a mortgage knowing I'd end things was manipulative and created unnecessary complications. But Tyler signed the same mortgage knowing he'd end things. He just thought I didn't know, thought he'd control the timeline and terms. I made sure he didn't. Made sure that when our relationship ended, he'd be tied to me financially in ways that would take years to fully unravel. That's not just revenge, that's consequences. And every time Tyler has to coordinate with me about the house, every time he can't move forward because of our joint mortgage, every time Bree asks why he's still financially entangled with his ex. He'll remember that affairs have costs beyond just broken relationships. And I'm okay being trapped in that mess with him, because at least he's trapped too. I found out my girlfriend was cheating, so I helped her affair partner's wife catch them together. I'm 31M, was dating Lily, 29 female, for 2.5 years. We didn't live together but spent most nights at each other's places, had integrated into each other's lives completely. Lily's a pharmaceutical sales rep. I work in construction management. Our relationship seemed solid. We talked about moving in together, discussed marriage timelines, we're building a future together. 3 months ago, I noticed Lily becoming distant and secretive. She was on her phone constantly, angling it away from me when I walked by. Started having more work dinners and late client meetings than usual. Would come home from these meetings showered and in different clothes, claiming she'd gone to the gym after work. The signs were obvious to anyone who'd read about affairs. But when I asked if everything was okay, Lily insisted work was just busy, that pharmaceutical sales required a lot of evening schmoozing with doctors and hospital administrators. I wanted to believe her, but my instincts said otherwise. I started paying more attention to her schedule, the patterns of her late nights, the defensive way she guarded her phone. One evening, when Lily was in the shower, her phone buzzed with a text preview. "Missing you already. Can't wait until Friday when we have the whole evening." The sender was listed as Dr. Matthews. I knew Lily worked with several doctors in her sales territory, but the intimate tone didn't sound professional. When I later searched Dr. Matthews, combined with Lily's company name on LinkedIn, I found Dr. Cole Matthews, 38 male, married cardiologist, worked at one of the hospitals in Lily's territory. I did more digging. Found Dr. Matthews on social media with photos of his wife, Rachel, 36 female, and their 2 young kids. They looked like a happy family, vacation photos, anniversary posts, the whole picture-perfect life. I hired a private investigator to confirm what I suspected. Within 2 weeks, I had proof. Lily was having an affair with Dr. Matthews. They met at hotels after work, had dinner at restaurants across town where they thought they wouldn't be recognized, spent hours together multiple times a week. The PI estimated the affair had been going on for at least 4 months based on credit card patterns and surveillance. Lily had been systematically lying to me about work events that were actually affair meetups with a married doctor. I was devastated, but also angry for Rachel, Dr. Matthews' wife. She had no idea her husband was having an affair while she was home with their young children. She was being betrayed just like I was, but she didn't even know it yet. I could have just confronted Lily, ended our relationship, walked away. But that would leave Rachel still in the dark, still being lied to, still believing her marriage was solid while her husband cheated. I decided to contact Rachel and help her catch Lily and Dr. Matthews together. I found Rachel on social media and sent her a private message. "I don't know you, but I'm dating someone who's been having an affair with your husband, Dr. Cole Matthews. I have proof. I think you deserve to know what's happening so we can both make informed decisions about our relationships." Rachel responded within an hour, devastated and skeptical. She asked for the proof. I sent her selected photos from the PI report, Lily and Dr. Matthews entering hotels together, having intimate dinners, kissing in parking lots after their meetups. Rachel called me immediately, crying. Said she'd had suspicions, but Dr. Matthews had convinced her she was being paranoid, that his late nights were genuinely work-related. Seeing photographic proof destroyed her. We talked for over an hour. Rachel was heartbroken but also angry and determined. She asked what I was planning to do. I said I was ending things with Lily, but wanted to make sure the affair was exposed properly, so both of them faced consequences. Rachel said she wanted to catch them in the act. Didn't want Dr. Matthews able to minimize or lie about the affair when confronted. She wanted undeniable proof she could use in divorce proceedings. I told her the PI had discovered Lily and Dr. Matthews had a regular Friday evening meetup at a specific hotel. They had another one scheduled for the following week. Rachel and I coordinated a plan. We'd both show up at the hotel during their next meetup, catch them together, confront them jointly so neither could lie or manipulate the situation. It felt surreal, coordinating with my girlfriend's affair partner's wife to catch them together. But Rachel and I were both betrayed spouses who deserved truth and closure. Friday arrived. The PI confirmed Lily and Dr. Matthews had checked into their usual hotel room around 6 p.m. Rachel and I met in the parking lot at 7:30 p.m., both nervous and determined. We went to the front desk. Rachel explained her husband was in a room with another woman, and she needed to confirm. The desk staff were hesitant until Rachel showed her marriage certificate and ID, proving she was Dr. Matthews' wife. Hotel policy typically protects room privacy, but when a spouse shows up with proof of marriage claiming infidelity, most hotels will cooperate to avoid liability. The manager gave us the room number. Rachel and I went up together, knocked on the door. Dr. Matthews answered in a hotel robe, clearly having just showered, looking relaxed and happy. His face went white when he saw Rachel standing there with a stranger, me. Before he could react, Rachel pushed past him into the room. Lily was in bed under the covers, clearly had also just showered. When she saw me standing in the doorway with Rachel, she screamed. Rachel said, "Cole, this is Lily's boyfriend. He hired a PI who's been documenting your affair for 2 weeks. We know everything, and we came here together to make sure you both faced us at the same time." The room was silent except for Lily starting to cry. Dr. Matthews tried to explain, to minimize, saying it wasn't what it looked like. Rachel held up her phone, showing the PI photos. "It's exactly what it looks like. You've been having an affair for months. We have proof." The hotel room confrontation was brutal. Dr. Matthews kept trying to talk to Rachel privately, to get me to leave so they could discuss their marriage alone. Rachel refused, said whatever needed to be said could be said in front of both of us, since we'd both been betrayed. Lily was crying, trying to explain to me that it had just happened, that she'd never meant to fall for Dr. Matthews, that the connection had been too strong to resist, but she still loved me. I said, "You've been lying to me for 4 months while having an affair with a married man. You don't get to talk about love and connection while you've been systematically deceiving me." Dr. Matthews tried to frame the affair as an emotional connection that had gotten physical, that he'd never meant to hurt anyone. Rachel said, "You checked into hotels with her repeatedly while I was home with our children. That's not an emotional connection that got physical. That's a calculated affair you chose over your family." Both of them tried to blame circumstances, work stress, the excitement of the new relationship, feelings they couldn't control. Rachel and I weren't buying any of it. After about an hour of circular conversations and blame shifting, Rachel said she wanted a divorce, that the affair and the lies destroyed any remaining trust in their marriage. She told Dr. Matthews not to come home that night, that she'd be filing papers immediately. I told Lily we were done, that I'd be collecting my things from her apartment with a friend present, that I wanted no further contact. Lily begged me to reconsider, said she'd end things with Dr. Matthews, that we could work through this. I said there was nothing to work through. She'd had a 4-month affair with a married man while planning a future with me. That was unforgivable. Dr. Matthews was trying to convince Rachel to talk privately, to give him a chance to explain and work on their marriage. Rachel said, "I gave you 12 years of marriage and 2 children. You gave me lies and a hotel room affair. We're done." Rachel and I left together, left Lily and Dr. Matthews in that hotel room dealing with the destruction of both their secret affair and their primary relationships. Over the following weeks, Rachel and I stayed in touch for support and coordination. She filed for divorce immediately, using the PI evidence to document Dr. Matthews' adultery. I helped her connect with a good divorce lawyer who specialized in infidelity cases. Dr. Matthews' affair became known at the hospital where he worked. Apparently, having affairs with pharmaceutical reps creates conflicts of interest and ethical concerns. He faced professional review and significant reputation damage in the medical community. Lily's been trying to contact me constantly, texts, calls, showing up at my work. I've blocked her on everything and threatened a restraining order if she doesn't stop. Some mutual friends think Rachel and I coordinating to catch them together was dramatic and unnecessary, that we should have confronted our partners separately instead of staging a joint hotel room ambush. But I disagree. Catching them together meant neither could lie or minimize, neither could blame the other, neither could control the narrative about how the affair started or how serious it was. Rachel and I both got to see our partners' real choices. The hotel room, the lies, the affair in progress. That clarity was valuable even though it was painful. I'm 32 now, single, rebuilding after a relationship ended with a 4-month affair. Rachel is divorcing Dr. Matthews, focusing on her kids, dealing with the destruction of her marriage. Lily and Dr. Matthews apparently tried to maintain their relationship after everything was exposed, but it fell apart within weeks. Turns out affairs built on lies and excitement don't survive when they become public and ordinary. Some people will always think Rachel and I went too far by coordinating the hotel confrontation. But we're both betrayed partners who were lied to for months while our significant others conducted an affair. Working together to catch them gave us both power and truth when we'd been kept in the dark. The joint confrontation prevented either of them from manipulating us separately. I'd coordinate with Rachel again without hesitation. Because being lied to is isolating, but finding another betrayed spouse and working together to get truth, that's empowering. Lily had an affair with a married doctor. I made sure his wife knew and that we both got to confront them together. That's not revenge. That's two betrayed partners ensuring the truth came out in a way the cheaters couldn't control. And I'm at peace with it. My husband cheated with my therapist, so I recorded our couples session and sent it to her licensing board. I'm 35 million female, married to James, 38 million male, for 8 years with twin boys, 4 million male. 2 years ago, I started seeing a therapist named Dr. Linda Carter, 42 million female, for postpartum anxiety. She was warm, understanding, helped me work through new motherhood challenges. I saw her weekly for individual sessions, made real progress on my mental health. About 6 months ago, James suggested we try couples therapy. He said he felt disconnected from me since the twins were born, wanted to strengthen our marriage. I thought it was sweet and proactive, agreed immediately. I suggested Dr. Carter since I already had rapport with her and trusted her therapeutic approach. Dr. Carter said she'd prefer not to see us as a couple since she was already my individual therapist. Potential boundary issues, conflict of interest. But James was really insistent, said it would be easier than starting over with someone new. Dr. Carter eventually agreed, saying we'd transition from individual to couples sessions. The couples therapy seemed helpful initially. Dr. Carter guided discussions about intimacy, communication, division of labor with the twins. James was engaged and thoughtful, working on issues I'd raised. Our marriage seemed to be improving. Then, about 2 months ago, I noticed Dr. Carter and James had unusual rapport during sessions. Inside jokes I didn't understand, references to conversations I wasn't part of. When I mentioned feeling left out, Dr. Carter said it was normal for couples therapists to sometimes meet with partners individually. I didn't know she'd been having individual sessions with James. She'd never mentioned it to me, never asked my consent. Just started seeing my husband privately while also seeing us as a couple, and supposedly still seeing me individually, though she'd been canceling my solo appointments frequently. Something felt off. I started paying closer attention during couples sessions, the way Dr. Carter looked at James, her body language, how she'd subtly take his side during disagreements while framing it as therapeutic neutrality. One session, I pretended to go to the bathroom but actually stepped outside the office. I could hear them through the door. Dr. Carter and James were talking intimately, laughing, speaking in tones that didn't sound professional. When I came back in, they were sitting normally, but the energy felt wrong. That's when I decided to record our next session. I wore a recording device, legal in my state with one-party consent, to our next couples therapy appointment. What I captured was Dr. Carter and James discussing their affair, making plans to meet later that week, talking about how guilty they felt deceiving me, but how real their connection was. My therapist and my husband were having an affair, and they were discussing it during our paid couples therapy session. The recording was devastating to listen to fully. Dr. Carter and James talked about how their affair had started during one of his individual sessions 3 months ago. He'd come in to discuss our marriage. She'd been empathetic and understanding. They'd had an intense connection that led to them kissing in her office. The affair had been ongoing for 3 months. Every couples therapy session where Dr. Carter helped us work on our marriage was actually her managing an affair with my husband while pretending to be my neutral therapist. She'd been canceling my individual appointments because seeing me one-on-one while sleeping with James created too much cognitive dissonance. The couples sessions she could frame as professional, but individual therapy with me while having an affair with my husband was apparently too uncomfortable even for her compromised ethics. James talked about feeling guilty, but being unable to stop seeing Dr. Carter. She talked about the ethical violations, the potential loss of her license if anyone found out, but said their connection was worth the risk. They discussed me, how I seemed oblivious, how the couples therapy was a good cover for their affair, how they'd eventually need to tell me but weren't ready yet. They talked about a future together, about James leaving me once the twins were older. I was listening to my therapist and my husband plan my life, our divorce, their future together, during a session I was paying for as couples therapy. I recorded 3 more sessions before deciding what to do. Each one contained discussion of their affair, planning for meetups, intimate conversations that had nothing to do with therapy. Dr. Carter was using our couples sessions as time to be with James, billing it as professional services while conducting a personal relationship. Then, I contacted the state licensing board for psychologists and filed a formal complaint against Dr. Carter. I included all the recordings, transcripts of her discussing the affair with James during paid therapy sessions, documentation of the ethical violations. Sexual relationships with clients or client spouses are among the most serious violations in therapeutic practice. Dr. Carter had been sleeping with my husband while serving as both my individual therapist and our couples therapist. The boundary violations were extensive and egregious. I also sent copies of everything to the professional organization she belonged to and the clinic where she practiced. Then, I confronted James with the recordings. He was shocked I'd been recording our sessions, said it was an invasion of privacy and possibly illegal. I showed him the one-party consent law in our state, perfectly legal for me to record conversations I was part of. James admitted to the affair, said he'd fallen in love with Dr. Carter, that he hadn't meant for it to happen, but couldn't help his feelings. He said my recording of therapy sessions was vindictive and would destroy Dr. Carter's career. I said, Dr. Carter had destroyed her own career by having an affair with her client's husband during couples therapy sessions. That I'd simply documented violations she'd committed. The licensing board investigation moved quickly. Dr. Carter was suspended from practice within 2 weeks pending full review. The recordings made the violations undeniable. She'd been having an affair with her client's spouse while conducting couples therapy, discussing the affair during paid sessions, and using therapy as cover for the relationship. Dr. Carter's lawyer tried to argue the recordings were obtained unethically and shouldn't be admissible. The board disagreed. I'd been a participant in the sessions I'd recorded, making them legal evidence of her professional misconduct. Within 3 months, Dr. Carter's license was permanently revoked. She can never practice psychology again. The board's decision detailed extensive ethical violations: sexual relationship with client's spouse, failure to maintain professional boundaries, using therapy sessions for personal relationship management, breach of trust with vulnerable client. The professional organization expelled her. The clinic fired her and is facing potential lawsuits from other former clients, questioning whether their therapy was compromised. Dr. Carter's career is completely destroyed. She's 42, with a revoked license in her only professional field, unlikely to find work in any mental health capacity again. James has been trying to salvage our marriage, saying the affair is over now that Dr. Carter lost her license, that he wants to work things out. I filed for divorce. The affair and the recordings are documented as grounds, giving me strong position for custody and asset division. Our mutual friends are divided. Some think Dr. Carter deserved to lose her license for the egregious ethical violations and that my recordings were justified documentation. Others think I destroyed a woman's entire career out of revenge when I could have just divorced James without involving the licensing board. James's family thinks I went too far. They say yes, the affair was wrong, but reporting Dr. Carter and getting her license revoked was vindictive, overkill, that I could have ended the marriage without destroying someone's professional life. My family fully supports me. They're horrified that my therapist had an affair with my husband, used couples therapy as cover, and violated every ethical standard in her profession. They think losing her license was the natural consequence of her choices, not my revenge. My current therapist, a different one obviously, says Dr. Carter's license revocation was appropriate given the severity of violations. That therapists who have sexual relationships with clients or clients' family members while conducting therapy deserve to lose their licenses because they've proven they can't maintain professional boundaries. She says my recording of the sessions was self-protective, documentation, not revenge, that I was gathering evidence of violations that were actively harming me, being charged for couples therapy that was actually affair management sessions. James says I destroyed Dr. Carter's life out of spite, that yes, she made mistakes, but losing her entire career is disproportionate, that I could have just divorced him without reporting her. But Dr. Carter wasn't just having an affair with my husband. She was doing it while serving as my therapist and our couples therapist. She was being paid to help our marriage while actively contributing to its destruction. She was violating the trust of every client at her practice by demonstrating she couldn't maintain basic professional boundaries. Reporting her wasn't about revenge. It was about stopping a therapist who'd proven she would exploit vulnerable clients and their families for personal relationships. Who knew she couldn't help herself from having affairs with clients' spouses? The recordings documented violations in progress. The licensing board needed that evidence to protect future clients from a therapist who demonstrated she'd prioritize personal desires over professional ethics. I'm 36 now, divorcing a husband who had an affair with my therapist during our couples therapy sessions. James is 39, dealing with divorce proceedings and the end of his relationship with Dr. Carter once her career was destroyed. Dr. Carter is 43, permanently unable to practice psychology, facing financial ruin from lost income and potential lawsuits. Some will always think I went too far by reporting her, that destroying someone's career is excessive revenge for an affair. But Dr. Carter didn't just have an affair. She exploited her professional position and my vulnerability as her client to have a relationship with my husband. She charged me for therapy sessions where she discussed her affair with James. She violated every ethical standard in her profession. Losing her license wasn't revenge. It was the appropriate consequence for a therapist who proved she couldn't be trusted with vulnerable clients. And I'd report her again without hesitation. Because the next woman who went to Dr. Carter for help with postpartum anxiety or marriage problems deserved a therapist who wouldn't sleep with her husband. And the only way to ensure that was to make sure Dr. Carter could never practice therapy again. The recordings made that possible, and I'm at peace with it. I knew my girlfriend was cheating for months, so I let her plan our anniversary trip before ending it. I'm 29 years ago male, was dating Morgan, 27-year-old female, for 3 years. We didn't live together but spent most nights at each other's places, had integrated friend groups, talked seriously about moving in together. Morgan's a marketing specialist. I work in finance. Our relationship seemed solid. Good communication, shared interests, compatible life goals. About 5 months ago, Morgan started acting differently. She was on her phone constantly but tilted it away from me, started working late several nights a week, seemed emotionally distant during our time together. The classic affair signs were obvious, but when I asked if something was wrong, Morgan insisted everything was fine. I could have confronted her based on suspicions alone, but I wanted proof. I logged into our shared Spotify account. We'd made a joint playlist years ago and never disconnected, and noticed she'd been listening to a lot of romantic playlists late at night when she'd told me she was working. Then, I checked the collaborative playlists. Morgan had created a new one called Us, Heart, that I wasn't part of. It was filled with love songs and had 2 contributors, Morgan and someone named Alex. I created a fake account and searched for Alex based on the profile connected to the playlist. Found him easily. Alex, 26-year-old male. Works at the same company as Morgan. Lots of photos from company events where Morgan appeared in the background. I went through Morgan's Instagram more carefully. She'd been tagging Alex in group photos from work events for months. In recent photos, their body language looked intimate, standing close, his hand on her back, her leaning into him. I hired a private investigator to confirm what I already suspected. Within a week, I had proof. Morgan and Alex were having an affair. They met for lunch regularly, had dinner at romantic restaurants after their late nights at work, and stayed at Alex's apartment several nights a week when Morgan told me she was at her own place. The PI estimated the affair had been ongoing for at least 4 months, based on the surveillance and pattern analysis. Morgan had been splitting her time between me and Alex, lying to both of us about where she was and who she was with. I was devastated, but also coldly angry. Morgan had been conducting a months-long affair while I remained completely loyal. While we talked about moving in together, while she acted like our relationship was solid. I could have confronted her immediately with the PI evidence, but Morgan had been planning a surprise anniversary trip for us. Our 3-year anniversary was coming up in 6 weeks, and she'd been excitedly dropping hints about special plans she was making. I decided to let Morgan continue planning our anniversary trip, research, bookings, deposits, everything, before I confronted her about the affair and ended the relationship. For 6 weeks, I played along perfectly. Morgan researched anniversary destinations, showed me options for my input, excitedly talked about our upcoming trip. She settled on a week in Hawaii, booked flights, reserved a resort, made reservations at romantic restaurants, planned activities like sunset sailing and couples spa treatments. She was investing significant time and money into this anniversary trip while actively cheating on me with Alex. The cognitive dissonance must have been exhausting, planning romantic getaways with me during the day, sleeping with Alex at night. The PI kept me updated on the affair's continuation. Morgan and Alex were still meeting regularly, still having dinner dates, still staying at his apartment. The affair wasn't slowing down despite Morgan's anniversary trip planning. If anything, it was intensifying. I saw messages. The PI had legally obtained phone records showing call-text patterns between Morgan and Alex where she complained about having to pretend everything's fine with me while planning the trip. Alex had asked if she was going to break up with me before Hawaii, and Morgan had said, "After the anniversary, I'll figure out how to end things." So Morgan was planning to take our anniversary trip with me, then break up with me afterward. She was going to let me pay for half a Hawaiian vacation, enjoy the resort and romantic dinners, then come home and end our relationship so she could be with Alex openly. The manipulation was breathtaking. She wasn't planning the trip out of love or commitment. She was planning it as a final experience before ending things, possibly even as a farewell trip to assuage her guilt about the affair. I decided to confront her exactly 1 week before our scheduled departure. After she'd finalized everything, made all arrangements, invested all the planning time and emotional energy, but before we actually took the trip. 1 week before Hawaii, I asked Morgan to come over because I needed to discuss something important. She arrived excited, probably thinking I was going to propose or make some romantic gesture related to our anniversary. Instead, I showed her the PI report. Photos of her and Alex together, documentation of their affair timeline, evidence of the nights she'd lied about staying at her apartment when she'd actually been at his place. Morgan's face went white. She tried to deny it initially, but the evidence was overwhelming. Finally, she admitted to the affair, said she'd been confused and hadn't known how to end things with me, that she'd been planning to break up after our anniversary trip. I said, "I know you were planning to take the Hawaii trip, then break up with me afterward. But we're not going to Hawaii. I'm ending this relationship now, after you've spent 6 weeks planning a trip that's never going to happen." Morgan broke down crying, said I was cruel for letting her plan everything before confronting her, that I'd deliberately wasted her time and money as revenge for the affair. Morgan's devastation about the canceled trip was immediate and intense. She'd spent 6 weeks researching, planning, booking, coordinating, probably 40 hours of work on an anniversary trip that would never happen. The resort reservations, restaurant bookings, activity plans, all of it useless. She'd put deposits on most things, lost hundreds of dollars in non-refundable bookings. The flights were changeable but with fees. The resort had a cancellation penalty. She'd bought new clothes for the trip, packed, made detailed itineraries. All that work and investment for a trip with someone she'd been planning to break up with afterward anyway. Morgan said I was vindictive and cruel, that I should have confronted her when I first discovered the affair instead of letting her waste weeks planning Hawaii. That yes, she'd cheated and she was wrong, but my revenge was calculated and mean. I said she'd been having an affair for 4 months while planning our anniversary trip, that she'd been going to take the trip with me, then break up afterward, essentially using me for a free Hawaiian vacation before ending things. That 6 weeks of wasted planning was nothing compared to 4 months of betrayal. Morgan insisted she hadn't been planning to use me for a vacation. She genuinely wanted one last good memory with me before ending things. That the trip was supposed to be a final positive experience, not manipulation. I didn't believe her. The PI had documented messages about her figuring out how to end things after the anniversary. The trip was a final obligation or guilt-assuaging gesture, not genuine love. Morgan left my apartment devastated. She and Alex went public with their relationship within 2 weeks. Apparently the secret affair was more exciting than the public relationship turned out to be, because they broke up 3 months later. Our mutual friends were divided about my handling of the situation. Some thought letting Morgan plan the entire trip before confronting her was brilliant revenge. She'd wasted time and money on a trip with someone she was betraying. Others thought I should have confronted her immediately instead of playing along for 6 weeks. Morgan's been telling people I was abusive and manipulative, that I deliberately led her on while planning revenge instead of confronting the affair honestly. That a normal person would have ended things when they discovered cheating, not waited 6 weeks for maximum damage. But she'd been conducting a 4-month affair while planning our anniversary trip. She'd been going to take a romantic Hawaiian vacation with me, then break up afterward. 6 weeks of my playing along with trip planning pales in comparison to 4 months of her playing along with our entire relationship while cheating. My therapist says I was acting from hurt and a desire for proportionate consequences. That Morgan had deceived me for months, so deceiving her for weeks about knowing the affair felt balanced to me. That both actions were deceptive, but mine was reactive rather than proactive. I'm processing whether I handled it right. The affair justified ending the relationship, but did it justify letting Morgan plan an entire Hawaiian vacation before revealing I knew and ending things? Some friends think yes. Morgan was going to use the trip, then break up with me, so canceling it before departure was perfect timing. Others think I should have confronted her immediately, instead of waiting for her to invest more time and money into trip planning. I think Morgan planned to take a guilt-free vacation on my dime, then end our relationship. I made sure she faced consequences. Wasted planning time, lost deposits, canceled trip, before the relationship ended. That seems proportionate to me. Morgan wanted one last romantic trip before breaking up with me to be with Alex. I wanted her to experience the disappointment of invested time and effort leading nowhere. The same thing I'd experienced in a relationship where I'd invested 3 years while she invested 4 months in someone else. The trip never happened. The relationship ended. And Morgan learned that planning a future with someone you're betraying leads to wasted time, lost money, and canceled trips. I'm 29, single, rebuilding after a 3-year relationship ended with a 4-month affair. Morgan's 27, single after her relationship with Alex imploded, dealing with lost deposits on a Hawaiian trip she planned with someone she was cheating on. Some call what I did vindictive. I call it proportionate. Morgan deceived me for 4 months while planning our future. I deceived her for 6 weeks while she planned our trip. She got to experience wasted investment just like I did. And I'd do it again. Because watching Morgan realize she'd spent 6 weeks planning a trip that would never happen, that felt like justice for the 4 months she'd spent building an affair while I planned our future together. The Hawaii trip was never about love. It was about obligation, or guilt, or having one last experience before ending things. Canceling it before we went meant Morgan didn't get that final guilt-free vacation, didn't get closure on her terms, didn't get to use me for one last romantic getaway. That's not revenge, that's consequence. And I'm comfortable with it. My cheating husband asked for an open marriage, so I agreed, then immediately started dating his boss. I'm 34 years of F, married to Marcus, 36-year-old male, for 9 years with no kids by mutual choice. Marcus works in corporate marketing. I'm a software engineer. We had what I thought was a strong marriage: good communication, shared interests, regular intimacy, financial stability. I trusted Marcus completely and believed he felt the same about me. 6 months ago, Marcus sat me down for a serious conversation about our relationship. He said he'd been thinking a lot about monogamy and whether it was realistic for long-term partnerships. That he loved me, but felt we could benefit from exploring connections with other people while maintaining our primary relationship. He was proposing an open marriage. I was blindsided. We'd never discussed non-monogamy, had always operated under the assumption we were exclusive. I asked where this was coming from. Were there problems in our marriage I wasn't aware of? Marcus said no, everything was fine. He just thought we could both benefit from the freedom to form meaningful connections outside our marriage. That it wasn't about problems, it was about growth and not limiting ourselves to one person for life. The way he presented it was so carefully prepared. He had articles bookmarked about ethical non-monogamy, talking points about trust and communication, reassurances that this would strengthen rather than weaken our marriage. It felt rehearsed, like he'd been planning this conversation for a while. I asked if there was someone specific he wanted to pursue. Marcus said no, this wasn't about anyone in particular. He just wanted us both to have the option to explore if opportunities arose. I didn't believe him. But I didn't have proof of anything, just a gut feeling that Marcus wouldn't suddenly propose open marriage unless he already had someone in mind. I told him I needed time to think about it. Marcus said, of course, take all the time I needed, but that he hoped I'd consider it seriously because he really thought it could be positive for us. Over the next week, I did my own research. Not about ethical non-monogamy, about whether Marcus was already cheating. I checked phone records, looked through his messages when he left his phone out, paid attention to his schedule and behavior. Within 3 days, I found evidence. Marcus was having an affair with a woman from his gym, Zoe, 29-year-old female. Text messages about their connection, plans to meet up, discussions about how to tell me about their relationship. Marcus was already cheating. The open marriage proposal wasn't about growth or freedom. It was about retroactively legitimizing an affair that was already happening. I could have confronted him, exposed the affair, demanded divorce. But I was furious and calculated. Instead, I told Marcus I'd thought about it and agreed to open marriage, that he was right about exploring connections, and I was ready to try.
Marcus was thrilled, hugged me, said this would be great for us, that he was proud of me for being open-minded. Then I immediately started pursuing his boss. Marcus's boss, Richard, 42-year-old male, is successful, attractive, divorced, and had shown subtle interest in me at company events over the years. Nothing inappropriate since I was married, just the kind of attention that made it clear he found me attractive and would be interested if I were available. Now I was available, at least according to the open marriage Marcus had pushed for. I reached out to Richard on LinkedIn with a professional question about a project. We messaged back and forth. The conversation turned personal. I mentioned that Marcus and I had recently opened our marriage. Richard said he'd actually always found me interesting and would love to get coffee sometime. We met for coffee 3 days after I'd agreed to open marriage. The chemistry was immediate and obvious. Richard was smart, successful, attentive in ways Marcus hadn't been in years. We talked for 3 hours. By the end of coffee, Richard asked if I'd like to have dinner sometime. I said yes. I told Marcus that evening that I'd started seeing someone. He was surprised. Apparently, he'd expected me to take months to actually start dating while he continued his affair with Zoe. He asked who it was. I said, "Your boss, Richard. We had coffee today and have dinner planned for Friday." Marcus's face went pale. He said, "Richard? His boss?" That seemed inappropriate, would create awkward dynamics at his work. I said, "You wanted open marriage. You said we should both have freedom to form meaningful connections. I'm forming a meaningful connection with Richard." Marcus tried to backtrack, said maybe we should establish some ground rules, like not dating people from each other's workplaces, not dating people in our social circles, keeping things discreet. I said, "You didn't mention ground rules when you proposed this. You said freedom and exploration. I'm exploring." Marcus was clearly panicking but couldn't articulate why dating Richard was wrong, without admitting the whole open marriage thing had been designed to legitimize his affair with Zoe, not to actually give me freedom too. I went to dinner with Richard on Friday. It was romantic and wonderful. Richard was a gentleman, made it clear he was interested in something serious, not just casual dating. We kissed at the end of the night. I came home and told Marcus I'd had a great time with Richard, that I could see it developing into something real. Marcus was spiraling. Asked if I was doing this to hurt him, if I was dating his boss as revenge for something. I said no. I genuinely liked Richard, thought we had strong compatibility. Marcus said having his wife date his boss would make work incredibly awkward. I said having me know he was sleeping with Zoe from his gym was making our marriage incredibly awkward. But we were doing open marriage now, so we'd both have to deal with awkwardness. That's when Marcus finally admitted it, said yes, he'd been seeing Zoe before proposing open marriage, that he'd developed feelings for her and wanted to be able to continue the relationship without lying. I said, "I know. I found your messages with her before I agreed to open marriage. You were already cheating, wanted to retroactively legitimize it, so I agreed, then immediately started dating the person I knew would bother you most, your boss." Marcus was devastated and furious, said I'd manipulated him, that agreeing to open marriage while secretly planning to date Richard was vindictive. I said he'd manipulated me by proposing open marriage while hiding an active affair, that I'd simply taken him at his word about wanting us both to explore connections. Marcus demanded we close the marriage immediately, said the open marriage had been a mistake, that he wanted to end things with Zoe and go back to monogamy. I refused, said we'd made an agreement.
I'd started a relationship with Richard based on that agreement, and I wasn't ending it just because Marcus didn't like the consequences of his own proposal. Marcus said dating his boss was specifically designed to humiliate him at work. That yes, he'd been wrong to have an affair with Zoe, but my choice to date Richard was calculated revenge, not genuine connection. I said my connection with Richard was completely genuine. He's smart, successful, treats me incredibly well, doesn't lie to me about affairs. That Marcus not liking my choice didn't make it less real. Marcus tried a different approach. Said if I cared about our marriage at all, I'd stop seeing Richard and we'd work on things together. That continuing to date his boss while he tried to end things with Zoe was sabotaging any chance of reconciliation. I told him I didn't want reconciliation. That his affair with Zoe, followed by the manipulative open marriage proposal, had destroyed my trust completely. That I was staying legally married for now, but emotionally, I was done. And I'd be continuing my relationship with Richard. Marcus panicked. Said if I was going to date Richard anyway, at least keep it quiet so it wouldn't affect his work. I said no. Richard and I were dating openly. That Richard had told relevant people at work about our relationship to maintain ethical boundaries. So now everyone at Marcus's company knows his wife is dating his boss. The humiliation is exactly what I'd intended. Marcus has been a mess at work, according to Richard. Can barely make eye contact with him in meetings, has been awkward around colleagues who know about our relationship, is clearly struggling with the dynamic. Richard, meanwhile, is completely professional and unaffected. Our relationship doesn't change how he manages Marcus. If anything, Richard's been scrupulously fair to avoid any appearance of bias. But Marcus is so uncomfortable that his performance is suffering anyway. After 3 months of this, Marcus finally said he wanted a divorce, that he couldn't stay married to someone dating his boss, that the whole situation was untenable. I agreed to divorce. Richard and I have gotten serious. We're exclusive now. I never actually wanted open marriage. Talking about moving in together once my divorce finalizes. Marcus is devastated. He pushed for open marriage to legitimize his affair with Zoe, ended up watching me date his boss while he became a joke at his office, and now is divorced while I'm in a happy relationship with his former supervisor. Zoe ended things with Marcus once she learned about the open marriage manipulation and my relationship with Richard. She didn't want to be with someone who'd orchestrated that situation. So, Marcus lost his marriage, his affair partner, and his dignity at work, all because he proposed open marriage without expecting me to actually take advantage of it, and definitely not with his boss. Our mutual friends are divided. Some think Marcus deserved everything for cheating, then manipulating me with the open marriage proposal. Others think dating his boss specifically to humiliate him was vindictive and cruel. Marcus tells people I destroyed his career and life out of revenge. I tell people I took him at his word about open marriage and formed a meaningful connection with someone who treats me well. It's not my fault that person happened to be his boss. The open marriage lasted exactly 3 months from agreement to divorce filing. Marcus got to have his affair with Zoe legitimately for that time. I got to date Richard, expose Marcus's manipulation, and humiliate him at work. Now I'm 35, divorced, in a committed relationship with a successful man who didn't lie to me or manipulate me into open marriage. Marcus is 37, divorced, single, working under awkward circumstances where everyone knows his ex-wife dates his boss. Some will say I went too far by specifically targeting his boss. But Marcus went too far by having an affair, then proposing open marriage as cover for it, while expecting me not to actually date anyone. He wanted open marriage? I gave him open marriage. He just didn't expect me to open it quite so thoroughly, quite so publicly, and quite so close to his professional life. That's not revenge. That's accepting the terms he offered and using them fully. And I'd do it again. Marcus wanted freedom to explore connections while keeping his marriage. I gave us both that freedom. then explored a connection that made him desperately wish he'd stayed monogamous. Perfect outcome from my perspective. And Richard agrees.
I catfished my cheating wife and got her to confess everything to her fake online therapist.
I'm 41-year-old, married to Andrea, 38-year-old female, for 12 years. We have one daughter, 9-year-old female, and until about 6 months ago, I would have described our marriage as solid. Andrea works as a marketing manager. I'm in IT. We have a comfortable suburban life that seemed stable and happy. About 8 months ago, Andrea started acting differently. She was on her phone constantly, smiling at texts she wouldn't share, staying late at work events multiple times a week. She'd come home from these events, showered and changed, which seemed odd. She started going to the gym at strange hours, bought new lingerie I never saw her wear, and became weirdly protective of her phone, taking it to the bathroom, keeping it face down, changing her passcode. Classic affair signs, but when I asked if something was going on, Andrea insisted everything was fine. Said I was being paranoid and controlling, that her phone privacy was about having boundaries in marriage, that the late nights were legitimate work responsibilities. I wanted to believe her, but my gut said otherwise. So I did something I'm not proud of. I installed monitoring software on her phone when she left it charging overnight. I know it's an invasion of privacy, but I needed to know if my suspicions were justified. Within 2 days, I had my answer. Andrea was having an affair with her coworker, Dylan. Explicit texts, plans to meet at hotels, discussions about how good the sex was, complaints about me being boring compared to him. She'd been sleeping with Dylan for at least 4 months based on the message history. The messages were devastating. Andrea wrote things about me I'd never imagined, that she'd settled for me, that Dylan made her feel alive in ways I never had, that she was only staying in our marriage for our daughter and financial stability. She told Dylan she loved him, made plans for a future together after she figured out how to leave me. I was crushed, furious, and lost. I knew about the affair, but Andrea didn't know I knew. I could have confronted her immediately, but something held me back. Maybe I wanted more information. Maybe I wanted revenge. Maybe I was just too hurt to face the confrontation. That's when I came up with a plan. Andrea had been talking in her messages about wanting to see a therapist to process her feelings about the affair and her marriage. She'd been researching online therapy platforms that offered anonymous video sessions. I created a fake therapist profile on one of those platforms. Professional photo I found online, credentials that looked legitimate, whole fake identity as Dr. Sarah Mitchell, relationship and infidelity specialist. Then, I waited for Andrea to book a session. It took 3 weeks, but Andrea eventually booked an appointment with Dr. Sarah Mitchell for a video therapy session. She scheduled it for a weekday afternoon when she thought I'd be at work. I'd actually taken the day off without telling her. I set up the video call from a coffee shop, using a voice modulator app and strategic camera angles to ensure Andrea wouldn't recognize me. I'd practiced the voice, had notes on therapy techniques and questions, was fully committed to this fake therapist role. Andrea joined the call looking nervous but relieved. She started by explaining that she'd been having an affair for 4 months and felt confused about her marriage. Dr. Sarah responded with empathetic, therapeutic questions, creating a safe space for Andrea to share. Over the next 50 minutes, Andrea confessed everything. Not just about Dylan, but about how she'd felt trapped in our marriage for years. How she'd married me because I was stable and reliable, not because of passion. How becoming a mother had made her feel like she'd lost her identity and sexuality. How Dylan made her feel desired and exciting in ways she'd been missing. She talked about specific sexual encounters with Dylan, where they'd met, what they'd done, how it compared to sex with me. She discussed their plans for the future, including Dylan potentially leaving his wife so they could be together openly. Dr. Sarah asked about her husband, me, and whether she'd considered couples therapy or honest communication. Andrea laughed bitterly and said I wouldn't understand, that I was too conventional and boring to accept that she needed more than our marriage could provide. That telling me the truth would just hurt me unnecessarily when she was planning to leave anyway. The most painful moment was when Dr. Sarah asked if Andrea still loved her husband. Andrea paused for a long time, then said, "I care about him. He's a good father and a decent man, but I don't think I've been in love with him for years. Maybe I never was. I think I loved the idea of stability he represented more than I actually loved him." Hearing my wife say she might have never loved me, while thinking she was confessing to an anonymous therapist, was devastating. But I kept up the therapeutic persona, kept asking questions, kept getting her to reveal more. Andrea talked about logistics. She was planning to wait until after our daughter's school year ended to file for divorce. She was consulting with a lawyer discreetly, had started separating finances in small ways I wouldn't notice, was methodically preparing to leave while maintaining the facade of our marriage. By the end of the session, Andrea had confessed to the affair, her plans to divorce me, her lack of love for me, and specific details about her relationship with Dylan. All recorded, all while she believed she was talking to a professional therapist. Dr. Sarah ended the session by suggesting Andrea continue therapy and perhaps consider couples counseling with her husband before making final decisions. Andrea agreed to book another session the following week. After the call ended, I sat in my car and cried. I'd gotten the confession I'd wanted, but hearing Andrea articulate her lack of love for me was more painful than discovering the affair. I spent 2 days deciding what to do with the recording. I'd catfished my own wife into a therapy confession that was both ethically questionable and potentially not legal depending on recording consent laws in my state. But I had undeniable proof of her affair, her plans to leave, and her true feelings about our marriage. I consulted with a divorce lawyer, bringing the recording and the phone monitoring evidence. The lawyer said the evidence might not be admissible in court depending on how it was obtained, but it gave me clear knowledge of the situation to plan accordingly. I decided to confront Andrea directly, using information from the therapy session without revealing I'd been Dr. Sarah. That evening, I told Andrea I knew about her affair with Dylan. Her face went white. She asked how I knew, and I said I'd had suspicions, and confirmed them through checking phone records and talking to people who'd seen them together. Partially true. Andrea tried to deny it initially, then minimized it when denial failed. Said it was a brief mistake, that she'd ended things with Dylan, that she wanted to work on our marriage. All lies based on what I knew from the therapy session. I told her I knew she'd been planning to divorce me, that she'd been consulting lawyers, that the affair had been going on for months, not weeks. Andrea looked panicked, asking who'd told me these details. I said it didn't matter how I knew. What mattered was that she'd been lying to me for months while planning to leave after our daughter's school year ended. That she'd been sleeping with her coworker while coming home and pretending everything was fine. Andrea broke down crying, admitted everything. Said she'd been unhappy, but didn't know how to tell me. That Dylan had made her feel things she'd been missing, that she'd handled it terribly. She apologized repeatedly, said she'd made horrible choices, begged me to consider counseling. I asked her directly, "Do you love me? Have you ever been in love with me? Or did you just love the stability I provided?" Andrea couldn't answer immediately, which was answer enough. Eventually she said she'd loved me in her own way, but that maybe it hadn't been the passionate romantic love she'd thought marriage should have. I told her I wanted a divorce, that I couldn't stay married to someone who'd never really been in love with me, who'd had an affair and lied for months, who'd been planning to leave while I remained completely unaware. Andrea begged me to reconsider, said she'd been confused and made mistakes, that we could work through this for our daughter's sake. But I'd heard her real feelings in that therapy session, the lack of love, the resentment, the plans to leave me. Whatever she was saying now was just panic at losing control of the timeline. I moved out the next day, staying with a friend while we figured out separation logistics. Andrea told our daughter I was traveling for work, not ready to explain the real situation yet. In the 2 months since then, we've been working through divorce proceedings. Andrea doesn't know about the fake therapy session. I've never mentioned it, and she hasn't brought up seeing Dr. Sarah again. Maybe she's too embarrassed now that the affair is exposed. Or maybe she suspects something was off about that session. Dylan's wife found out about the affair when Andrea's confession to me led to workplace gossip. She's divorcing Dylan now too. Andrea's furious at me for ruining Dylan's marriage by exposing the affair, as if I'm somehow responsible for the consequences of her cheating. The divorce is proceeding smoothly. We're splitting custody of our daughter, dividing assets fairly, keeping things civil for her sake. Andrea's still with Dylan, though their relationship apparently struggles now that it's no longer a secret affair, but a public relationship built on betraying their spouses. Friends and family know about the affair and Andrea's plans to leave. Most are supportive of me, though some think I should have tried harder to save the marriage through counseling. They don't know what I know, that Andrea never really loved me, that counseling can't fix a marriage that was never built on genuine romantic love. I haven't told anyone about the fake therapy session. It feels too ethically murky, too much like an admission that I crossed boundaries in discovering the affair. The phone monitoring was bad enough. Admitting to catfishing my wife into therapy confession feels like it would make me look as bad as her affair. But I don't regret it. That session gave me clarity I wouldn't have gotten otherwise. Andrea would have kept lying, kept minimizing, kept controlling the narrative of our marriage ending. The therapy confession showed me her real feelings, the lack of love, the long-term unhappiness, the calculated planning to leave on her timeline. Now I'm 41, divorced, co-parenting my daughter, and rebuilding my life after a marriage where I was apparently never really loved the way I thought I was. Andrea's with Dylan, dealing with the reality that their exciting affair is now a regular relationship with all the boring responsibilities she'd resented in our marriage. And I have a recording of her therapy confession that I'll never use or share, but that gave me the truth when she was still invested in lying. Whether that makes me vindictive or just someone who needed to know the full truth, I'm not sure. But I know this. The fake therapy session destroyed any remaining hope I had for our marriage, because hearing Andrea's real feelings made reconciliation impossible. You can't unknow that your spouse was never in love with you, that they stayed for stability and your child rather than genuine affection. So maybe the revenge wasn't exposing her. It was getting the truth in a way she couldn't control or manipulate. Andrea thought she was confessing to a safe, anonymous therapist. Instead, she was telling her husband exactly why their marriage was always doomed, in her own unfiltered words. And now we're both free. Me from a marriage built on her settling, her from the boring stability she resented. The revenge is that we both got exactly what we wanted, just not how either of us planned. My husband's affair ended our IVF journey, so I made sure his girlfriend knew he had a vasectomy. I'm 32 euros FEF, married to Brandon, 34 euro male, for 6 years. We'd been trying to conceive for 3 years, gone through 2 unsuccessful rounds of IVF, had plans for a 3rd attempt that we'd spent thousands on and emotionally prepared for. Infertility had been devastating for both of us, or so I thought. Brandon seemed as committed to having children as I was, attended every appointment, gave himself injection reminders, was my partner through the painful process. 4 months ago, I found evidence of an affair. Brandon had been sloppy about hiding his phone while showering, and a text notification appeared from someone named Becca saying, "Can't wait for our weekend together while she's at her sister's. I'll bring the lingerie you like." I was supposed to visit my sister that weekend for her birthday. Brandon had encouraged me to go, said he'd use the time to catch up on work. Turns out he'd been planning a romantic weekend with his affair partner while I was out of town. I checked his phone while he finished showering, found months of messages with Becca, 25-year-old female, a woman he worked with. They'd been having an affair for at least 5 months based on the chat history. The messages were explicit, romantic, filled with discussions about how exciting their relationship was, how they couldn't wait until they could be together openly. What devastated me most was reading Becca ask Brandon about kids. She'd written, "Do you want children someday? I see myself as a mom in the next few years. Want to make sure we're on the same page if this gets serious." Brandon's response, "Definitely want kids. Haven't been able to have them in my current situation, but with the right person, absolutely." He'd told his affair partner he wanted children with the right person while I was going through our second round of IVF, while we were planning a third attempt, while I was pumping myself full of hormones and going through painful procedures trying to have his child. The current situation preventing kids wasn't infertility. It was me. I was the obstacle between Brandon and fatherhood with his affair partner. I was shattered. Brandon had been going through IVF with me while having an affair with someone he saw as his actual future, someone he'd have kids with once he left me. I could have confronted him immediately, could have shown him the messages, demanded explanations, blown up our marriage in an instant. But I was too angry and hurt for immediate confrontation. Then I remembered something Brandon didn't know I knew. After our first failed IVF round, Brandon had briefly considered getting a vasectomy. He'd mentioned it during a particularly dark moment when he'd been worried about passing on genetic issues. I'd talked him out of it, or so I thought. But I'd found a medical bill a year ago that he'd hidden, for a vasectomy procedure he'd gotten without telling me. Brandon had secretly gotten a vasectomy 13 months ago, right between our first and second IVF attempts. He'd let me go through the second round of IVF, the hormones, the procedures, the emotional roller coaster, knowing it could never work because he'd surgically ensured he couldn't have children. The failed second round wasn't bad luck or medical complications. It was guaranteed failure because Brandon had gotten a vasectomy and never told me. He'd watched me blame myself, my body, my age. He'd consoled me through the grief of another failed attempt. He'd agreed to try again for a third round, all while knowing he'd made biological fatherhood impossible through a secret medical procedure. Finding that old medical bill explained why our second IVF had failed. But it also revealed something darker. Brandon had been planning to leave me even before the affair started. The vasectomy wasn't about genetic concerns. It was about ensuring he wouldn't have kids with me, while keeping his options open to reverse it later with someone else. I'd spent months blaming my body for IVF failures that were actually caused by Brandon's secret vasectomy. And now, he was having an affair with someone he told he wanted kids with in the right situation. I decided to confront him, but not the way he'd expect. I wasn't going to just show him the affair messages. I was going to make sure Becca knew exactly what kind of future she could expect with Brandon. I created a fake social media account and reached out to Becca, pretending to be a concerned former colleague of Brandon's. I told her I'd worked with Brandon years ago and felt she should know some important information about him before getting too serious. I sent her copies of Brandon's vasectomy medical records that I'd found, told her Brandon had gotten a vasectomy over a year ago and hadn't reversed it, that he was biologically incapable of having the children she'd asked him about in their messages. Becca responded, asking how I'd gotten private medical records and why I was contacting her. I said I'd been in a similar situation with Brandon years ago. He'd promised me a future while hiding the vasectomy, let me think fertility issues were my fault. I told her to ask Brandon directly about the vasectomy and see if he'd be honest. Then, I blocked her account and deleted my fake profile. Within 6 hours, Brandon's phone started blowing up. He was at work, but kept stepping out to take calls, looking increasingly panicked. When he came home that evening, he immediately asked if I'd contacted Becca. I said I had no idea who Becca was. Brandon looked relieved, but still nervous. Said someone had sent Becca false information about him having a vasectomy, that she was upset and accusing him of lying about wanting kids. I asked why Becca would care about his medical history if she was just a coworker. Brandon stammered, admitted they'd been seeing each other, but insisted it was recent
and not serious. Then I showed him the months of affair messages I'd screenshotted, including his promises to Becca about wanting children with the right person. Brandon tried to explain, to minimize, but I cut him off. Asked him directly, "Did you get a vasectomy 13 months ago without telling me?" His face went white. After a long pause, he admitted it. Said he'd been scared about genetic issues, had made a rash decision, had been too ashamed to tell me. That he'd planned to reverse it before our next IVF attempt. I didn't believe Brandon's explanation about genetic concerns and planning to reverse it. The timeline didn't make sense. He'd gotten the vasectomy right before our second IVF attempt, knowing it would fail, then agreed to a third attempt without mentioning the vasectomy. He'd let me spend thousands on a procedure that couldn't work, let me go through hormones, shots, invasive procedures, emotional devastation, all while knowing he'd surgically prevented conception. I asked him why he'd agree to a second and potential third IVF round if he'd gotten a vasectomy. Brandon said he'd been planning to tell me, but never found the right time. That he'd thought maybe the second round would fail naturally and he could use that as an opportunity to suggest stopping treatments. So he'd hoped our IVF would fail on its own, giving him cover to avoid revealing his vasectomy. When it did fail, guaranteed by the vasectomy he'd hidden, he'd consoled me and agreed to try again, still without revealing the truth. I asked about Becca and the affair. Brandon admitted it had been going on for 5 months, that he'd developed real feelings for her, that he'd been confused about our marriage and the pressure of infertility. He said telling Becca he wanted kids was just him being optimistic about the future, not a specific plan. I told him I'd sent Becca the vasectomy records, that she now knew he'd been lying about being able to have children with her, that his promises about fatherhood were as empty as they'd been with me. Brandon was furious, said I'd destroyed his relationship with Becca out of spite, that sending her his private medical records was vindictive and possibly illegal, that yes, he'd had an affair, but sabotaging his new relationship was cruel. I said he'd sabotaged our relationship by getting a secret vasectomy and letting me go through failed IVF thinking it was my body's fault. That Becca deserved to know she was building a future with someone who'd lied about fundamental things like wanting and being able to have children. Brandon said the vasectomy and the affair were separate issues, that I was conflating them to maximize damage. I disagreed. The vasectomy showed he'd been planning an exit from our marriage for over a year, and the affair was just the next step in that plan. The vasectomy meant no more kids with me. The affair with a younger woman meant a fresh start. Telling Becca he wanted kids meant he'd either been planning to reverse the vasectomy for her specifically, or lying to her the same way he'd lied to me. Either way, Becca deserved to know before getting more invested in a relationship with someone who'd hidden major medical and fertility decisions from his wife. Brandon moved out that week. Becca had apparently ended things with him after learning about the vasectomy and the lies. She'd sent him a message saying she couldn't trust someone who'd hide something that fundamental from both his wife and his affair partner. So Brandon lost both relationships, his marriage to me and his affair with Becca, because of the vasectomy he'd kept secret from both of us. In the month since, I've filed for divorce. The vasectomy and affair are both cited as grounds. Brandon's furious that I sabotaged his relationship with Becca by revealing his medical history. He thinks the affair justified divorce, but that sending Becca the vasectomy records was vindictive revenge beyond reasonable response. Our mutual friends are divided. Some think Brandon deserved to lose Becca since he'd lied to her about wanting kids just like he'd lied to me. Others think sending private medical records to his affair partner was an invasion of privacy and excessive revenge. My therapist says I'm processing 2 betrayals simultaneously, the affair and the secret vasectomy that made our IVF failures guaranteed. That both betrayals hurt differently, but both deserve acknowledgement and grief.
The affair hurt because Brandon chose someone else while married to me. The vasectomy hurt because Brandon let me blame my body for fertility failures he'd secretly caused. Let me go through painful procedures he knew couldn't work. Together, they painted a picture of someone who'd been planning to leave our marriage for over a year, who'd been willing to let me suffer emotionally and physically, rather than be honest about his decisions. Sending Becca the vasectomy records was my way of ensuring she didn't go through what I'd gone through. Years of trying to build a family with someone who'd secretly made that impossible. Brandon calls it vindictive. I call it informing someone about lies that would have affected her future, just like they'd affected mine. Becca wanted kids in the next few years. Brandon had told her he wanted kids too. Without the vasectomy information, she might have wasted years with him before discovering he couldn't or wouldn't have children. I saved her that pain. Maybe it was revenge motivated, but it was also truthful information she deserved before committing further to Brandon. I'm 33 now, divorced, processing the grief of failed IVF and an ended marriage. Brandon's single, dealing with consequences of both his affair and his secret vasectomy becoming public knowledge. Becca's presumably dating someone who's honest about their fertility and future plans. We all made choices. Brandon chose the vasectomy and the affair. I chose to reveal them. Vasectomy, to the woman he'd lied to about wanting children. Becca chose to end things once she knew the truth. Some will always think I went too far sending medical records to his affair partner. But Brandon went too far when he let me go through 2 rounds of IVF, knowing his secret vasectomy made success impossible. When he promised Becca a future with children while hiding the same medical decision. The vasectomy affected both of us. Me through failed IVF, Becca through false promises about family. We both deserved to know the truth. I found out through a hidden medical bill. I made sure Becca found out before she wasted years like I had. That's not just revenge, that's information sharing, and I'd do it again. I found out my wife was cheating, so I became friends with her affair partner's wife first. I'm 35-year-old male, married to Lauren, 33-year-old female, for 7 years, together for 10 total. We have twin daughters, 5-year-old female, a house in the suburbs, what everyone thought was a picture-perfect marriage. Lauren's an interior designer. I work in commercial real estate. Our life looked ideal from the outside. Successful careers, beautiful kids, active social life with other couples. About a year ago, I started noticing Lauren being secretive with her phone, taking calls in other rooms, texting constantly with someone she said was a new client. She started dressing nicer for work meetings, working late several nights a week, being less interested in intimacy with me. The pattern was obvious to anyone who's read about affairs, but I wanted proof before accusing her. I hired a private investigator who confirmed my suspicions within 2 weeks. Lauren was having an affair with Ryan, 37-year-old, a contractor she'd worked with on several client projects. They'd been sleeping together for approximately 4 months based on the surveillance evidence, meeting at his place during work hours, checking into hotels, having dinner at romantic restaurants across town where they thought they wouldn't be seen. The PI provided me with extensive documentation, photos, timestamps, location data, everything I'd need for a divorce. But he also gave me Ryan's information, including the fact that Ryan was married to Jillian, 34-year-old female, with 2 young kids. I could have confronted Lauren immediately, could have filed for divorce, exposed the affair, blown up both their lives in an instant. But I was hurt and angry and wanted more than just a quick confrontation. I wanted Lauren to feel the kind of betrayal I was feeling. That's when I came up with a plan. Instead of confronting Lauren or Ryan, I decided to become friends with Jillian first, get to know Ryan's wife, build a relationship with her, understand her life and family, then reveal both affairs together in a coordinated way that would give us both power over the narrative. I found Jillian on social media, learned she was into hiking and photography, both hobbies I could legitimately share. I started showing up at the local hiking trails I knew she frequented based on her social posts. Accidentally ran into her a few times, struck up friendly conversations. Over several weeks, I engineered a friendship. We'd run into each other hiking, chat about trails and photography, eventually exchanged numbers to coordinate future hikes. Jillian had no idea who I was, just a friendly guy she'd met on the trails who shared her interests. I never mentioned I was married or had kids, kept details vague, let her do most of the talking. I learned about her life, her marriage to Ryan, her kids, her happiness in what she thought was a solid relationship. All while knowing her husband was sleeping with my wife and planning the moment I'd tell her everything. It took 3 months to build a genuine friendship with Jillian. We hiked regularly, grabbed coffee after trails, talked about photography techniques and life in general. She thought I was a single guy who'd recently moved to the area, interested in making friends and exploring local hiking spots. Meanwhile, Lauren's affair with Ryan continued. She'd come home from client meetings that were actually hotel visits with Ryan, kiss our daughters goodnight, have dinner with me, all while texting Ryan throughout the evening. The double life was seamless. She'd completely compartmentalized the affair from our family life. I documented everything. Every time Lauren said she had a work meeting, I'd verify through the PI that she was actually meeting Ryan. I saved all evidence, photos, timestamps, receipts, everything. And I never let on that I knew. Jillian started confiding in me about her marriage. Said Ryan had been distant lately, working long hours, seemed distracted. She worried he was stressed about work but couldn't get him to open up. I listened sympathetically, offered generic advice, all while knowing exactly why Ryan was distracted. He was busy sleeping with my wife. After 3 months of friendship building, I decided it was time. I invited Jillian for coffee and told her I needed to discuss something serious. She came thinking maybe I was going to reveal some personal problem I'd been hiding. Instead, I told her, I haven't been completely honest about who I am. I'm married to Lauren, and your husband Ryan has been having an affair with my wife for 7 months. Jillian's face went through shock, confusion, denial. She said that was impossible, that I must be mistaken or lying. Why would I befriend her under false pretenses if this were true? I showed her everything. The PI photos of Ryan and Lauren together, entering hotels, kissing in parking lots, having romantic dinners. Timestamps showing Ryan claiming to be at work sites when he was actually with Lauren. Credit card receipts for hotels and restaurants. Text message records, legally obtained, showing communication patterns between them. Jillian broke down. Said she'd had suspicions, but Ryan had convinced her she was being paranoid. That seeing proof was devastating but also validating. She wasn't crazy. Her instincts had been right. Then she asked why I'd become her friend before revealing this. Why spend 3 months hiking and building trust instead of just telling her immediately? I said I wanted us to be allies when we confronted them. That exposing affairs works better when the betrayed spouses coordinate instead of the cheaters controlling the narrative. That I'd needed time to gather irrefutable evidence and to build a relationship with her so she'd trust the information was real. Jillian was hurt that our friendship had started as strategy, but she understood the logic. She was also grateful for the evidence and the partnership in confronting the affair. We spent the next 2 hours planning our coordinated confrontation. Decided we'd expose the affair simultaneously to both Lauren and Ryan, in person, with both of us present. No chance for either of them to control the narrative or lie about the relationship. We scheduled it for the following Saturday, when we knew Lauren and Ryan were planning to meet at his work site, actually a hotel downtown. We'd show up together, confront them together, make sure both affairs were exposed in the same moment with both betrayed spouses present. Saturday arrived. Jillian and I knew from tracked location data that Lauren and Ryan were at a hotel downtown, room 347, checked in under Ryan's name. We'd coordinated perfectly. I told Lauren I was playing golf with friends. Jillian told Ryan she was shopping with her sister. Instead, we drove to the hotel together, went up to room 347, and knocked on the door at 2 p.m. Ryan answered in a hotel robe, clearly expecting room service or housekeeping. His face went sheet white when he saw his wife standing next to a man he didn't recognize. We pushed past him into the room. Lauren was in bed, wrapped in sheets, looking confused and then horrified as she recognized me, standing next to a woman she'd probably seen in photos at Ryan's house but never met. I said, "Lauren, this is Jillian, Ryan's wife. Jillian, this is Lauren, my wife. They've been having an affair for 7 months. We know everything." The room was silent except for Lauren starting to cry. Ryan was stammering, trying to explain, asking Jillian how she knew where he was. Jillian said, "I've known for 3 months, thanks to my name, who's become a good friend while investigating your affair. We've been coordinating this confrontation so you couldn't lie or manipulate the story." Lauren looked at me, devastated and confused, asking how I'd known for 3 months and never said anything. I told her I'd spent that time documenting the affair and building an alliance with the other betrayed spouse so we'd have power and evidence when this moment came. Ryan tried to claim the affair was a mistake, that he loved Jillian, begging her to leave so they could discuss this privately. Jillian said, "Absolutely not. We'd be discussing this all together, with both marriages and both betrayals out in the open." We spent the next hour in that hotel room, Jillian and I presenting evidence, Lauren and Ryan alternating between apologizing and defending themselves. They claimed it had just happened, that they'd never meant to hurt anyone, that they'd been planning to end it before anyone found out. I said they'd been planning to end it for 7 months, but somehow it kept continuing. That their planning to end it was just another lie they told themselves to justify the ongoing betrayal. Jillian and I had already coordinated our next steps. We were both filing for divorce. We'd both be documenting the affairs as grounds. We'd both be seeking primary custody, given the cheating partner's choices to prioritize affairs over family stability. Lauren and Ryan were devastated that their affair was exposed simultaneously to both spouses, with evidence that made denial impossible. They'd lost control of the narrative completely. Jillian and I had spent 3 months preparing for this moment, while they'd been oblivious. After the hotel confrontation, Jillian and I left together, grabbed dinner actually, processed what we'd just done, supported each other through the immediate aftermath. Our friendship that had started as strategy had become genuine through shared betrayal and coordinated response. In the months since, both divorces have proceeded. Lauren's devastated that I knew for 3 months and never confronted her, that I befriended Ryan's wife under false pretenses to coordinate the exposure. She thinks what I did was manipulative and cruel. I think what she did, having an affair for 7 months while coming home to our kids every night, was worse than my 3 months of strategic friendship building with Jillian. Ryan's equally angry at both of us, feels ambushed by the coordinated confrontation, thinks Jillian and I should have handled things privately instead of together. He's told friends that Jillian conspired with a stranger to humiliate him. Our mutual friends are divided. Some think the coordinated confrontation was brilliant, that betrayed spouses working together against cheaters was perfect karma. Others think befriending Jillian under false pretenses was manipulative, that I should have confronted Lauren immediately instead of playing a long game. Jillian and I are still friends, supporting each other through divorces and co-parenting struggles. Our friendship that started as strategy has become one of the most genuine relationships in my life, built on shared trauma and mutual support through betrayal. Lauren's affair with Ryan ended the day we confronted them in the hotel. They've both claimed they were planning to end it anyway. But I think the public exposure and coordinated spousal response just accelerated an ending that was always going to be messy. I'm 36 now, divorced, co-parenting my daughters with an ex-wife who's still angry that I manipulated her affair exposure by befriending Ryan's wife first. She thinks I should have confronted her privately, handled things maturely, not created elaborate plans with the other betrayed spouse. But she had an affair for 7 months, lied to me daily, prioritized her relationship with Ryan over our marriage and family. I spent 3 months building an alliance that gave me power over how the affair was exposed. Her betrayal was longer. Mine was more strategic. We both made choices, and we both live with consequences. The difference is my choices led to documented evidence, a strong alliance with Jillian, and a divorce where I had all the power. Lauren's choices led to an ended affair, a destroyed reputation among our friend group, and difficult custody arrangements. Some will always think I went too far by befriending Jillian before revealing the affair. But watching Lauren and Ryan's faces in that hotel room, seeing them realize they'd been outplayed and exposed simultaneously with both spouses present, that was worth 3 months of strategic friendship building. And Jillian agrees. We toast to it sometimes over post-hiking coffee, 2 betrayed spouses who turned their pain into power by working together instead of letting the cheaters control the narrative. That's not just revenge, that's strategy, and I'd do it again. My boyfriend cheated, so I convinced his affair partner I was dead and watched her reaction at my funeral. I'm 28 for Stainell, was with Derek, 30-year-old male, for 5 years. We weren't married but lived together, shared a life, had talked about engagement. Derek's a personal trainer at an upscale gym. I work remotely as a graphic designer. Our relationship seemed solid. We communicated well, had good intimacy, shared friend groups and hobbies. I genuinely believed Derek was faithful and committed. About 6 months ago, Derek started training a new client named Sienna, 26-year-old female. He'd mention her occasionally, said she was making great progress, was dedicated to her fitness goals, tipped well. I thought nothing of it. Derek had female clients before, and I'd never felt threatened by his professional relationships. Then I noticed Derek texting more during our time together, smiling at his phone in ways that seemed too personal for client communication. He started suggesting I visit my parents more often on weekends, saying he had early training sessions he needed to prepare for. When I'd offer to stay home and just sleep in, he'd insist I should see my family while I had the chance. The pushing for me to leave town felt suspicious. One weekend when Derek thought I'd gone to my parents' place, I actually stayed at a friend's apartment nearby. I drove past our place around 9 a.m. and saw Sienna's car. I recognized it from her Instagram, which Derek had shown me, parked in our driveway. I sat in my car watching our house for 3 hours. Sienna didn't leave until noon. When she finally came out, Derek walked her to her car, kissed her deeply, and they laughed about something before she drove away. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. Derek wasn't just training Sienna. He was sleeping with her in our home, in our bed, on mornings when he'd actively encouraged me to leave town. He'd manufactured opportunities to have affairs in our shared space. I drove to my friend's place and broke down. Spent the whole weekend processing, crying, deciding what to do. I could have confronted Derek immediately, but I was too hurt and angry to think clearly. I needed time and a plan. That's when I remembered something from Sienna's Instagram. She was extremely active on social media, posted constantly about her life, her feelings, her journey. She'd even posted vaguely about Derek, nothing identifying, but quotes about finding someone who sees you and unexpected connections, with timing that matched their affair. Sienna was emotionally invested in Derek. She thought she was in a real relationship with him, not just a fling. And she was the type to perform grief publicly on social media. That gave me an idea. Instead of confronting Derek, what if I faked my own death and watched how Derek and Sienna reacted? Would they mourn? Or would they celebrate being free to be together openly? I spent 2 weeks planning the fake death scenario. I told Derek I was taking a solo trip to a remote area for photography and design inspiration, something I'd done before, so it wasn't suspicious. I said I'd have limited cell service and would be mostly off-grid for 5 days. I enlisted my 2 closest friends who knew about the affair and were furious on my behalf. We created a fake news story about a hiking accident in the area I'd claimed to be visiting. A tragic fall, body recovered, local authorities investigating. My friends helped make it look legitimate with fake news site templates and social media posts. On day 3 of my trip, my friend Kate called Derek crying, saying she'd seen news reports about a fatal hiking accident and they'd identified me as the victim. She sent him screenshots of the fake news article. Derek was shocked and devastated on the call, asking if it was really true, saying he couldn't believe it. Kate said the authorities would be contacting him as my next of kin, that my parents were already on their way to identify the body, that it was absolutely real and horrible. Derek was crying, kept saying, "This can't be happening." Meanwhile, my other friend Sam was monitoring both Derek's and Sienna's social media activity. Within an hour of hearing about my death, Derek had texted Sienna, "Something terrible has happened. Call me." Sienna called him immediately. Sam, who'd tapped Derek's phone with surveillance software we'd installed during prep week, recorded the conversation. Sienna was initially concerned and sympathetic, but when Derek told her I'd died in a hiking accident, there was a pause before Sienna said, "Oh my God, that's terrible. Are you okay? Do you need me to come over?" Not, "I'm so sorry for your loss." Not, "How awful. I can't imagine what you're going through." Just immediate pivot to whether Derek needed her support, whether she should come over. Derek said yes, he needed her. Sienna was at our house within 30 minutes. Sam, staked out nearby with surveillance equipment, recorded them through our front windows. Derek and Sienna hugged for a while, both crying. Then Derek pulled back and said something Sam couldn't hear clearly. Sienna's face changed. She smiled slightly, quickly suppressed it, then hugged Derek again. They weren't mourning my death. They were processing that the main obstacle to their relationship had been removed. Over the next 2 days, while I was supposedly dead, Derek and Sienna spent significant time together. Not just grieving, but planning. Sam recorded multiple conversations where they discussed how to appropriately wait before going public with their relationship. How Derek would need to sell our house since it had too many memories. How maybe this was meant to be, despite the tragic circumstances. Sienna posted on Instagram about unexpected loss and supporting friends through grief, with photos of herself looking solemnly beautiful. Performative mourning for someone she barely knew and had been actively betraying. Meanwhile, I was preparing the final stage, the funeral. The funeral was held 5 days after my supposed death. Kate organized it, sent invitations to Derek, our mutual friends, my family, who were in on the plan and playing along, and Sienna, who Derek had asked if he could bring for support during this difficult time. The venue was a funeral home that my uncle owned. He'd agreed to let us use a space for this elaborate ruse. There was a closed casket, empty, flowers, photos of me throughout my life, the full funeral setup. Derek arrived with Sienna. He was wearing a dark suit, looked appropriately somber. Sienna was dressed in black but somehow made it fashionable, Instagram-ready mourning outfit. They sat together in the front row, Sienna holding Derek's hand supportively. About 50 people attended, mix of real friends who knew about the plan and were playing along, plus a few acquaintances Derek had invited who genuinely thought I was dead, and we'd later have to explain things to. The service began with Kate giving a eulogy about my life, my work, my relationships. She talked about my relationship with Derek, how devoted we'd been, how tragic it was that we'd never get to marry or have the future we'd planned. Derek was crying. Sienna was rubbing his back, whispering things to him, playing the supportive friend role perfectly. Then Kate said, "And now, we'd like to hear from..." my name, herself, who prepared some final words before her tragic accident. The room went confused. A video screen lowered, and suddenly I appeared on camera, very much alive, sitting in my friend's apartment, looking directly at the camera. I said, "Hi everyone, especially Derek and Sienna. I'm not dead, obviously. I'm also not in a remote hiking area. I'm about 3 miles away, watching this funeral remotely because I wanted to see how the two of you reacted to thinking I was gone." Derek's face went white. Sienna looked confused and panicked. The room erupted in gasps and whispers. I continued, "Derek, I've known about your affair with Sienna for 2 weeks. I know you've been sleeping with her in our bed when you encouraged me to visit my parents. I know you're in love with her. What I didn't know was how you'd react to my death. Would you mourn, or would you celebrate your freedom?" I played clips from Sam's recordings, Derek and Sienna discussing how they'd need to wait an appropriate amount of time before going public. Sienna's barely suppressed smile when Derek told her the obstacle to their relationship was gone. Their conversations about selling our house and starting fresh together. The funeral attendees watched in shock. Derek was standing up, trying to leave, but Kate blocked the exit. Sienna was crying, saying this was cruel and insane. I said, "You've been having an affair in my home for 6 months. You didn't mourn my death. You planned your future together within hours of hearing I'd died. This funeral isn't for me. It's for the relationship you killed while I was still alive to see it." Then I walked into the funeral home myself, very much alive, very much angry. Derek tried to approach me, saying he could explain, that the recordings were taken out of context. Sienna was crying and tried to leave, but she'd driven with Derek and he wasn't going anywhere. I told Derek to get out of my house by the end of the week, that I'd be filing a restraining order if he didn't leave voluntarily, that our relationship was over, and he'd humiliated himself in front of everyone who mattered to us. Sienna's Instagram followers, who she'd been posting performative grief content for, were now commenting asking what was happening, as friends who attended began posting about the funeral that wasn't and the cheating scandal. Derek and Sienna's affair, which had been secret and exciting, was now publicly exposed in the most humiliating way possible, Couch celebrating my fake death at my fake funeral. In the months since, the consequences have unfolded. Derek moved out, devastated and humiliated that I'd orchestrated the fake death to expose his affair. He's told people I'm psychotic and cruel for faking my death instead of just confronting him normally. Sienna's Instagram took a massive hit, followers calling her out for the affair and the performative grief posts, her fitness journey brand damaged by association with the scandal. She's deleted most of her content and gone semi-private. Our mutual friends are divided. Some think the fake funeral was brilliant, justified revenge for a 6-month affair. Others think faking my death was extreme and cruel, that I should have just confronted Derek like a normal person instead of creating an elaborate hoax. My parents think I went too far, said the affair justified leaving Derek, but faking my death and holding a fake funeral was disturbing and made them genuinely grieve before learning it was a setup. But I don't regret it. Derek had an affair in our home, encouraged me to leave town so he could sleep with Sienna in our bed, lied to me for 6 months while planning a future with someone else. I faked my death for 5 days and exposed how quickly they'd plan their life together once I was gone. The fake funeral showed everyone who Derek really was, someone who mourned his girlfriend's death for approximately 3 hours before planning his next relationship. Someone who brought his affair partner to his dead girlfriend's funeral for support. And Sienna showed her true nature too. Performative grief on Instagram while privately celebrating that the obstacle to her relationship with Derek had been removed. Some call it cruel. I call it proportionate. They killed our relationship while I was alive. I just showed them how they'd react if I was actually dead. Turns out they'd be relieved and excited, not devastated. And now everyone knows that about them. Derek can tell people I'm crazy for
faking my death. But he can't deny the recordings of him planning a future with Sienna within hours of hearing I'd died. I'm 28, single, living in a new apartment without memories of Derek and Sienna's affair. They're together now, dealing with public knowledge that their relationship started as affair and was exposed at a fake funeral. We all made choices. We all live with consequences. Mine was dramatic. Theirs was betrayal. I'm comfortable with dramatic, if it means exposing betrayal.